Cole, when things went low, but the music changed me. Oh no, when the venue just bring up crowd and the speakers them turn up loud, I just feel to run and grab the mic up, sing and make people proud. I went Rocky there for the keyboard and crap on the bass, Rick on guitars, Tiwa, tell them we go bring vibe when he rolling. Yeah, just start to rolling now. We go bring vibe when he rolling. Yeah, just start to rolling now. God, we gon' make a jump, we gon' make a jump, we gon' make a jump, we gon' make a jump now. Everybody jump, we gon' make a jump, we gon' make a jump, we gon' make a jump now. Everybody wave, we gon' make a wave, we gon' make a wave, we gon' make a wave. Everybody wave, we gon' make a wave. Tell them, hi, it's what I feel. I drink a little thing before I come there.
How you drink?
I drink a little thing.
How you drink?
It's called red, only red. Hey, all day we drinking. Tell them, but we're not drinking water. We're not drinking water. We're all day we drinking. Hey, we're not drinking water. We're not drinking water. Hey, hold me, baby. Don't ride it rough. Me hand them full and we going up, man. We going up to the rim. Hold me, baby. Nothing wrong. Labour crew, everybody, put your hand in the air. Because the vibe is contagious. 199, say the vibe is contagious. I wanna see your hand, say the vibe is. Put your hand in the air. Take the vibe, take the vibe. Labour way out. Let me see you. And if you jumping up. And if you waving up. But if you winding up. Tell them boys, all them we drinking rough, jumping up. And we waving up. But if you winding up. Whoa, hey, all day we drinking. We not drinking water. We not drinking water. All day we drinking. Oh boy, we not drinking water. We not drinking low.
I don't know why you. We're my big people there.
I have to go to the big people party, alright? Aye. Rocky. From Kenfield to Roseau, you now go bail. Just go down.
We don't tell why you, but where the big people there?
Can't stop me now. Can't stop me now. Can't stop me now. Hey! I hear the big people vex. They can't call me take back evil. I tell she a real close. Can't find me ticket. Well, I could defend. I say, boy, it's real nice. And the vibe so nice. Labour Party sweet. I got by the door. Realize I have to pay more. Labour, man, you have to get in. On the air, it's not missing me. Tell them, I have to go be people party. And it go up inside me. All day, I have to go be people party. When it go up inside me. All day, I wanna wind up. I say, boy, it's real nice. The vibe real nice. Can't stop me, oh. Can't stop me, oh. I say, boy, it's real nice. And it's real nice. Can't stop me, oh. Everybody know, hear me know. I have to go be people party. All day, I wanna wind up all day. I have to go be people party. How you feeling outside there?
Wow.
Chew down the F.
We're going straight to the pole.
Put our clocks in our foot.
Drink
Drink
a little
your tea.
Drink a little. This ain't no little boy, this is a big man game. We like what the girl live. See what I done, this is a daybreak thing. So all the super ladies give the massive bubble. She got a whole lot of money. Shake that booty for me. That way I see moving. We call it either. If they a whole lot of money. Shake that booty for me. That way I see moving. We call it either. Whole lot of money. Shake that booty for me. That way I cookie. Whole lot of money. Super ladies, how we tell them? Hear me now. Hey, who ain't no back to the bottom making one? We don't want that.
When she see the keyboard, she ducking. Why when she see the bass man,
She ducking.
why when she see the road crew,
She ducking. Watch me.
why when she see Coco Tech,
Watch out, hey.
she pull up a pants and run. Hey, she pull up a pants and run.
Whoa. Hey.
She pull up a pants and run. Hey, she pull up a pants and run, 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 run.
Hey.
Girl,
She running and she running and she running away. She running and she running and she running away. She running and she running and she running away.
she running and she running and she running away from Coco Tech. He's not competition. Tell them from Coco Tech. Give me a load here. Sure. We need labor.
Yeah.
Youth rally, all
And
right?
the LYO coming.
And the hell why you coming? But you cannot see what I'm gonna do.
All right.
Now I have a thing there now.
Yeah.
Follow me. When they see Calvert, they're ducking. Yeah, man.
Okay.
It come in.
Yeah.
When they see Tim, they're ducking. True. I coming true. But when they see who?
You said that's scared. They just pull up their pants.
When I go in again, because it look like the workers spread the Labour Party, alright? They spread Labour, not true? Right. So I go to demonstrate for now what they just do when they see the Labour crew coming through. But when they see Calvert, they're ducking. When they see Tim, they're ducking. And when they see Blackmore, they're ducking. But when they see the PM coming,
Hey.
they pull up their pants and run. You know why?
Whoa.
They afraid the PM. They pull up their pants and they run. Give me the beat now.
DJ put them
One,
off.
we going with it. Two, we going with it. 1, 2, everyone. When they see Calvert, they're ducking. But when they see Tim, they're ducking. And when they see Blackmore, they're ducking. But
LYO.
when they see the PM,
What they do? Hey.
they pull up their pants and run. Hey, they pull up their pants and run. They pull up their pants and run. Don't call. They pull up their pants and run. What?
Whoa.
And yeah, they're running and they're running and they're running away. They're running and they're running and they're running away. They're running and they're running and they're running away.
LYO.
We gotta go.
Wow.
LYO is making its way right here to the Pottersville Savannah. Make some noise! Somebody make some noise! Welcome the LYO as they make their way all the way from Portsmouth, from Collyho, from constituencies across the country. The youth of this country are solid with the Dominica Labour Party! Let's make them feel welcome, ladies and gentlemen. And I have been reliably informed. This is just the first set of LYO members. There's another set that is still making their way down. Let's say a big Labour! For our LYO members. And the tail of it is still in St. Joe. You hear they say when they hear Kelvin they ducking? Well, they better duck because the head of the LYO is in Roseau and the tail is in St. Joe City. Let's hear it for the LYO. Let's hear it for the national LYO.
Show me something red.
All right.
Red. Show me something red. Red. Show me something red. Red. No, throw something red. Red. Yeah, red is all I see in a distance. Labor youth on a mission. Ready. Ready. Yeah. Soldiers of the party, the red hot scary Tommy. Ready. Oh yeah. North and south feeling the wind of the red labor army team. Our presence is surely known. Dedication and sports for so. Labor can't survive. You already know. Labor can't survive. All our we go slow. Call it now. And when they call it now, you're not ready, so show me red. Show me something red. Show me something red. Don't show me something red. Labor waiting for me and labor waiting for you. Ready. the records to show. Elderly and we give it oh. Labour car travail, you already know. Labour car travail, all our we go so. Turn it up. And when they call it now, you not ready, so show me red. Show me something red. Show me something red. Don't show me something red. Labour car travail. Red army, stand up. On the river massive. Yes, man. Red is all I see in a distance. Labour, you on a mission. Ready. Put soldiers of the party. The red hot scary Tommy. Ready. Yeah. North and south filling the wind of the red Labour army team. Our presence is surely known. Dedication at what's for so. Labour car travail, you already know. Labour car travail, all our we go slow. Call it now, he said call it now. And when they call it now, he not ready, so show me red. Show me something red. Show me something red. No, show me something red. Labour car travail, we Labour car travail, all our we. Labour car travail, all our we. Labour car travail, all our we. Yes, ma'am. Are you ready to vote? Are you ready to vote? Are you ready to vote? Ready to vote. I am ready to vote. I am ready to vote. I am ready to vote. Ready to vote. Are you ready to vote? Are you ready to vote? Are you ready to vote? Ready to vote. I am ready to vote. I am ready to vote. I am ready to vote. Ready to vote. This election has got for protection, but Labour Party it is for selection. Fix our road and bridges, develop communities, look at improvement in our sporting facilities. So I'm giving my PM a merit. Before Granny died, she tell me towards caring. She tell me about honesty and leadership. Anything he promised, DA will get it. Labour car travail, Labour car travail, Labour car travail, Gade bagay. Labour car travail, Labour car travail, Labour car travail, Gade bagay. We need to travail now, Labour car travail now. We need to travail now, Labour car travail now. Are you ready to vote? Are you ready to vote? Are you ready to vote? Ready to vote. I am ready to vote. I am ready to vote. I am ready to vote. Ready to vote. Are you ready to vote? Are you ready to vote? Are you ready to vote? Ready to vote. I am ready to vote. I am ready to vote. I am ready to vote. Ready to vote. This year election has got for protection, but Labour Party it is for selection. Fix our road and bridges, develop communities, look at improvement in our sporting facilities. So I'm giving my PM a merit. Before Granny died, she tell me towards caring. She tell me about honesty and leadership. Anything he promised, DA will get it. Labour car travail, Labour car travail, Labour car travail, Gade bagay. Labour car travail, Labour car travail, Labour car travail, Gade bagay. We need to travail now, Labour car travail now. We need to travail now, Labour car travail now. We need to travail now, Labour car travail now. We need to travail now, Labour car travail now. Travail now, travail now. When it would fall in massive there. Travail now. You love your PM? Then keep him. Brand new stadium, new college and start farm, new employment.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for the signal band? Let me hear you. Well, whilst you wait for the signal band, I want to tell you that the second leg of the NLYO motorcade, which is still all the way backed up in St. Joe, is making its way here to the Pottersville Savannah. Somebody, anybody with something red, make some noise for our NLYO. Make some noise. Labour. Yes. Welcome them as they make their way here to the Pottersville Savannah. I can see youth from afar coming near to support the Labour Party. DJ Flip, let's give them something to dance to.
Are you ready to vote? Are you ready to vote? Ready to vote. I am ready to vote. I am ready to vote. I am ready to vote. Ready to vote. This year election has got for protection, but Labour Party, this is our selection. Fix our road and bridges, develop communities, look at improvement in our sporting facilities. So I'm giving my PM a merit. Before Granny died, she tell me to vote scary. She tell me about honesty and leadership. Anything we promise, DA will get it. Labour can travail, Labour can travail, Labour can travail. Gade bagay, Labour can travail, Labour can travail, Labour can travail. Gade bagay. We do the travail bow, Labour can travail bow. We do the travail bow, Labour can travail bow. We do the travail bow, Labour can travail bow. We do the travail bow, Labour can travail bow.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen. Somebody look in that direction. In that direction, I see a massive truck of LYO support here, making its way to the Pottersville Savannah. Somebody, anybody, everybody, scream for the national LYO. We're going to hit them a serious message here in Roseau North constituency. As the LYO is rolling in, we can know for a fact that the youth of Dominica are solid as a rock with the Dominica Labour Party. Take it away, DJ Flip.
Labour, hey, this Labour. And to all, everybody, show me something red, red, red. Show me something red, red, red. Show me something red, red, red. No, throw something red, 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 red. Yeah, red is all I see in a distance. Labour youth on a mission. Ready, red, red, ready, ready. Yeah, soldiers of the party, the red hot scary time. Ready. Filling the wind of the red Labour army team. Our presence is surely known. Dedication and sports for so. Labour can't travail, you already know. Labour can't travail, all our we go so. Call it now, call it now. And when they call it now, you're not ready, so show me red, red, red. Show me something red, red, red. Show me something red, red, red. No, show me something red, red, red.
Yes. We're just about getting ready to start, and as soon as the NLYO makes its way to the Savannah, we're going to start with our official program. But before we do so, just to energize you, to mesmerize you, ladies and gentlemen, somebody, anybody, please help me to welcome the Signal Band. Signal Band will be playing for us for the next 20 minutes before we start our program. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
This Labour. And to all, everybody, show me something red, red, red. Show me something red, red, red. Show me something red, red, red. No, throw something red, 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 red. Yeah, red is all I see in a distance. Labour youth on a mission. Ready, ready, ready. Yeah, soldiers of the party, the red hot scary time. Ready. Of the red Labour army team. Our presence is surely known. Dedication and sports for so. Labour can't travail, you already know. Labour can't travail, all our we go so. Call it now, call it now. And when you call it now, you're not ready, so show me red, red, red. Show me something red, red, red. Show me something red, red, red. Don't show me something red, 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 red. Waiting for you, ready, red, red, ready, ready. Yes, we care for grandpa, mama to give him credit where it's due. Ready, red, red, ready. East and West, Labour the best. No other party can test. Got the red cuts to show. Elderly and we give it oh. Labour can't travail, you already know. Labour can't travail, all our we go so. Call it now, call it now. And when they call it now, you're not ready, so show me red. Show me some
where you for the mission. Ready? Get ready. The soldiers of the party, the red hot scary Tommy. Ready? Ready. Yeah. No man so feeling the wind of the Red Labour Army team. Our presence is surely known. Dedication and sports for so. Labour can't survive. You already know. Labour can't survive. All that we must know. Call it now. He said call it now. And when they call it now, he not ready, so show me red. Show me something red. Show me something red. No, show me something red. Labour can't survive. We never can survive. All that we red. We never can survive. All that we red. Never can survive. All that we did. Yes, man. You don't know.
This one is a true story.
Well, I see Scott in the building.
I see people coming.
Yeah, man.
I see the LYO coming.
Baby.
I see Roseau North LYO coming.
Everybody nice.
Let's take minutes up. I want to give you all a true story. This is a true story. A true story, I said too. This happened to me. Yeah, me now, love. Me and me girlfriend in tonight. How she moving so and so, and I in a zone, no. And I don't want to cause a fight. Can't wait till she make a turn. But yeah, what happened to me? I want to jam on somebody. I hold the girl in front of me. She say, oh, what a feeling. Then I start to work on she bumper. Then she whine like me lover. Then she look me in the eye. Yeah, what she say? She pointing, she coming, she coming, she coming. But I hold on tight, cause look me girl inside. She wanna, she coming, she coming, she coming. I don't know what I go to eat. I'm working up like she coming. I'm working up like it's nothing. And I'm thinking of what to say, cause I know that woman don't play. Working up like she coming. Working up like it's nothing. And I don't know what I go do. Look, she coming. Let me know. I know it's plain as black and white. But you know what? If she catch me on this girl, it's the end of the world. So I have to try and do things right. Hey, can't wait till she ready, Roseau North ladies. So I start to dance. I see the girl in front of me. She say, oh, what a feeling. All the ground be massive. And then she whine like me lover. Hey, hey. Ready to free your ladies. And she pointing, look, she coming, she coming, she coming. And then I hold on tight, cause look me girl inside. She wanna, she coming, she coming, she coming. And I whine tonight, Roseau North right out. And I winding up and she coming. I'm working up like it's nothing. I'm thinking of what to say, cause I know that woman don't play. I'm working up, she coming. I'm working up like it's nothing. And I don't know what I go do. Look, she coming through. If you happy and you know it, I want to see you raise one hand.
One hand in the air, baby.
Yes, I. So if you happy and you know it,
If you
just
from
put up
it
your
up,
hand.
hand in the air.
And happy and you know it.
Hand in the air.
Somebody, let's go. Hey!
Yeah, man.
This one is called the happiest man alive. And we have some women, they're the happiest women alive. So sing with me, I know you know this one. Hear me now. When you see me, I's a man, love to play, love to jam. You see me, I's a man, I always happy once funny. Tell them, but I don't got no time for the worries. I don't got no time for the chasing. I am running my mind, so I'm ready to go on the road. Somebody put something ready there. Cause we come out to live, and live up, come out to live. Oh, we come out to live. Tell them we're the happiest party of life. Somebody to live with life. I come out to live with life. Oh, we come out to live with life. Put your hand everybody sing. Somebody say, whoa, oh, oh. Somebody say, hey, hey, hey. I come out to live with life. Live with life, live with life. Somebody say, oh, oh, oh. Somebody say, hey, hey, hey. We come out to live with life. Yeah, now, election is a time. All the sexy girls, they come out to wine. All the sexy ladies of Dominica with who? It's a time. All the sexy ladies of Dominica with who?
For sure.
Alright, somebody say Labour car. Alright, what tabai means? Alright, good job. Somebody say good job.
Yes,
Alright,
sir.
good job, guys.
Yeah, you don't know.
Those ready to up the road?
Yeah.
Before we go up the road, hold on, Dens, hold on.
Hold up.
I have a speech I want to present to you guys.
For sure.
I come out, you know. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I hope you answer me. Because the response is very easy. All you have to say for me is, Labour car to Hawaii. Let's try this. 1, 2. Labour car to Hawaii. 1, 2. 1, 2. Hold up my speech for me, please.
Yeah.
Are you ready for it? Keep that tempo for me, please.
Yeah, we can
You
see
mean
that.
now? Now look at the Windsor Park Stadium. Labour car travail. The Point Michel and the Soufrière Seawall. What about the new Dominica State House? Not forgetting the housing revolution. Sing the beat. Yes, I big a bounce me now. Labour car travail. Bounce me now. Sing. Hey, I big a bounce me now. Labour car travail. Bounce me now. Hey, I big a bounce me now.
Labour car travail.
Let me come again. Hear that now. Now let's talk about the new primary schools. Labour car travail. In Salibes and Sauve Newton and Portsmouth. Universal secondary education. More scholarships than we see in the nation. Labour car travail. Bounce me now. Yes, sir. How we go bounce me now? Labour car travail. Bounce me now. Hey. How we go bounce me now?
Labour car
How we
travail.
go bounce me now? Hey. How we go bounce me now?
Labour car travail.
Let's go again. Let's go again.
Let me go. Hey.
Labour car travail. What about the state-of-the-art college?
Labour car travail.
Which enrolls more than 2,000 students.
Labour car travail.
The brand new Dominica Grammar School.
Labour car travail.
Even the assistance given to preschools. Labour car travail. Have we got bounce me now? Yes, I bounce me now.
Labour car travail.
Roseau North, where yo? Bounce me now.
Labour car travail.
Tell them I am Roseau North, Roseau North. Hey,
Labour car travail.
Let's go again.
Hello.
Yes, I. Kenfield to Marigot road improvements.
Labour car travail.
Night landing and improvement of the airport.
Labour.
The Roseau to Portsmouth Highway.
Labour.
And the Moroccan Hotel in Portsmouth. Let's go. So we can bounce me now.
Labour.
And we can bounce me now.
Labour car travail.
Bounce me now. And we can bounce me now.
Labour car
And we
travail.
can bounce me now. Now I want to see you put your hand in the air.
Labour car
Show me
travail.
5. Show me 5. Yes, I. So we're singing 5 more years. Cause why? Labour
Sing.
car travail. 5 more years. Cause why? Labour car travail.
5 more years.
Cause why? Labour car travail.
5 more years.
We love you guys a lot. Somebody say good job. That's right. Right now we're gonna party like there's no tomorrow.
Right now.
Because we don't have
Let
much
me
time.
see your hand in the air, baby. Put your hand in the air. Hey. Hey.
We breaking away.
We breaking away. Breaking away. Here we go.
Sing.
Hey. All work and no play. They jump and all the boy. But the girls them screaming, yeah. They want to party. Just come from working hard. Studying hard. To the front, to the back, to the left, to the right, to the middle.
Let me know. So when the bounce up girls in the body, you can see them so wild and naughty.
Having a good time. They having a
Let me
good
know.
time.
When this spot a girl in the corner, don't run, go and tell her for them.
Having a good time. Having a good
You know
time.
why? After all at school and working, all the body needs to be.
Having a good time. Having a good time.
She wouldn't trade that for nothing.
Over there, son. Put your hand in the air. Hey. We breaking away.
Somebody say yeah.
We breaking away.
We gonna party like there's no tomorrow.
Hands in the air.
Because why? Yeah, we're breaking away.
Breaking away. Breaking away.
We're breaking away.
Breaking away. Breaking away.
Anybody don't think there is? Let me know. I see a lot of girls in the party, whining on everybody. Some people left quiet.
Slide to the left.
What's your business? She whine on Shelly.
Yeah.
Then she come and wind up on me. So
yeah,
let me know.
yeah.
So many bunch of girls in the party, can see them so white and naughty.
Having a good time. Having a good time.
When you spot a girl in the corner, don't run, go and tell her.
Over there, son. You're having a good time.
Cause after all that school and working on the body, it is really
Having a good time. Having a good time.
she wouldn't trade that for nothing.
Scott Shed Passy. Put your hand in the air. Hey.
Jump to make it away. We gonna party like there's no tomorrow.
Hands in the air.
DJ Flow.
Where the money go, me Passy there, baby. Sesame. Roseau North in the building. Wow, wow. Hey, hey.
Hooray! Let me go.
Bring him on there.
This one is very
hear it again. Hip, hip, hip. Hooray! Pretty Monday.
Pretty Monday. Hey, we gotta go.
We got to go, baby.
We got one more. We only have one more to give you guys.
One more.
We have one more than sir, but let's go.
Okay, one more.
We have one more.
Sure.
Somebody say, who Jah bless? And when Jesus say yes, when Jesus say yes, Lord dance. You me now? So say that sticks and stones will break my bones. Tell them that sticks and stones will break my bones. It's only last week Austria said it. Yes, sir. I want to see everybody doing that. Because stop them
I
talking.
want to see something red,
Stop
baby.
them talking.
Red, baby.
Yeah, me
Red.
now.
Hey.
Hey. When they talk all we hear is. When they talk all we hear is. When they talk all we hear is. Blah, blah, blah. When they talk all we hear is. When they talk all we hear is. When they talk all we hear is. So sing with me now. Well, sticks and stones will break my bones.
No harm.
They should know that. Sticks and stones will break my bones.
But words can't do me no.
So tell them, so talk your talk
Run them out.
and walk the walk. Hey, tell them, let's talk their talk.
Tell them.
And I go walk the walk. So tell them, hey, when you talk all I hear is, when you talk all I hear is, when you talk all I hear is, blah, blah, blah. When you talk all I hear is, when you talk all I hear is, when you talk all I hear is, blah, blah, blah.
For sure.
We gotta go.
What is our own
We love
city,
you guys.
baby?
We love you guys.
Yes, I.
Where the Roseau North crew? Where the Super crew?
You don't know.
Yeah, but the sticks and stones will break my bones.
But words can't do me no.
We gotta go now. So tell them sticks and stones will break my bones.
But words can't do me no.
Words can't do me no.
Wow, wow.
We can't do me no.
Somebody say, Labour.
We gotta go.
Hey,
We love you guys. Yeah,
we gotta go.
Yes.
We gotta go, baby. Sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the signal band. I think you can do better than that.
All right, let's say welcome to everyone here this evening and welcome to the Pottersville Savannah. Labor rights, are you ready? Where are my LYO?
All right, all right, all right. It's good to be looking over not just the Caribbean Sea, not just the Atlantic Ocean, but the ocean of LYOs here at the Pottersville Savannah. Make some noise! Yes, yes, yes. It's my distinct and humble privilege to be one of your hosts this evening. My name is Jaisa Abinwa. I'm the leader of the Roseau South LYO, and with me is the beautiful and lovely, need I say more? I'll allow her to introduce herself.
My name is Kimara Ito, the president of the Roseau North LYO. And we are here this evening as young people to make a statement, to let them know that the youth is going to make a grand statement come December 8th at the general election.
So if you are a member of the LYO and on December 8th your voice is going to be heard, let me hear you scream! All right, all right. At this point in time, we'd like to ask all of our speakers, please make your way to the stage, because as soon as we start with the national anthem, we'll be rolling along with this program. So all our speakers on the program, please make your way to the stage right now.
All right, at this time, we have to pay homage to our country. And at this time, we called Dalton and Cindy to do the national anthem.
Our national anthem will be led by Mr. Dalton Maroney and Miss Sydney LaRoque. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand at attention. Just want to welcome our listeners live on Kyrie, also those tuned into Mapping Channel 13, and also those of you logged on to labourquartavai.com. We'll now have our national anthem. Please stand at attention. We expect that no one should be walking on the savannah at this time when this national anthem is being sung. Thank you very much for your cooperation.
Isle of beauty, Isle of splendor, Isle to all so sweet and fair. All must surely gaze in wonder at thy gift so rich and rare.
Feeling all with pure delight, and the people strong and healthy, full of godly reverent fear. May we ever seek to praise thee for these gifts so rich and rare.
Coming forward, sons and daughters of this and beyond compare. Strive for honor, sons and daughters, do the right, be firm, be fair. Toil with hearts and hands and voices, we must prosper, sound the call, in which everyone rejoices, all for each and each for all.
All right. At this time, we bring in Kenrick Jajak to do the opening prayer for us this evening. Of course, we must invite the Almighty Father wherever we go, whatever we are doing. So Kenrick Jajak.
Mr. Jajak, you can. Okay. Well, we understand that Mr. Jajak is not available. However, we'll be led, fortunately this evening, by one of our NLYO leaders, Miss Rhoda St. John. So please put yourselves in the mood of prayer, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome the Almighty Father in our midst this evening.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we want to give you all thanks. We want to give you all the praise, all the glory, and all the honor for bringing each and every one of us here safely. Father, we thank you for the Dominica Labour Party. We thank you for the youths of our country. And Heavenly Father, even as we stand here today, we ask that everything that we do will be done in your name. We give you all praise and glory in Jesus' name.
Somebody say amen. If there is anybody who was at the stadium on Friday night, say amen. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, now that the Lord is in our midst, we know that we're going to have a blessed evening here today. And as one of your co-hosts, I must say it's a pleasure to be here as a part of this event. But of course, we are seeing so many young people in this crowd. Is there anybody from the north of the island here? Is there anybody from the north here? Is there anybody from the south? Soufriere, Pottersville Savannah, let me hear you. Is there anybody from the west? Let me hear you scream. And all of our people from the east, La Plaine, let me hear you in the building. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, to welcome you officially to this massive Labour Youth Organization rally here this evening, we have none other than one of our sisters of the soil. Ladies and gentlemen, to welcome us here this evening, put your hands together for Kimara Ito.
Everybody show me something red. Show me something red.
Labour! No. All you some reason, all you seem tired, and so I know Labourites are not tired. Let me hear you make a louder noise. Labour! All right. Let me just welcome you this evening here to the Pottersville Savannah right here in Roseau North, my home, the home of the Honorable Julius Timothy, who will bring back the seat to the Dominica Labour Party. We're hoping to have a wonderful night tonight. Of course, we have all the youth with us, so we just want to welcome you. We know there's some still coming in, and you're welcome here to be with us. To those of you at home and you're nearby, of course you can come. And if you're home, just come and be with us here. It's all about the youth tonight, and we just want to welcome you. Once again, thank you and welcome to Pottersville. Labour!
And when they call it now, you're not ready, so show me red. Show me something red.
Call it now. Well, it's well called. Labour! Of course, today is about the youth, but we know that the youth don't move without our seniors, and at this point in time, it would be remiss of me if I did not acknowledge the youthful presence on the stage of the Honorable Ian Douglas. Make some noise! And of course, Labour is a family, but I want to be selfish in asking you to give a thunderous welcome to my parliamentary representative, the Honorable Ambrose Jones! Yes. And of course, gracing us with their presence here this evening, there's somebody from St. Joe. Let me hear you scream for Kelvadaro! And when it's nice, you got to do it twice. So make me hear you scream for the doc, Honorable Dr. Kenneth Daru. Gracing us with her presence on the stage, a senator, a woman that any young woman in Dominica should aspire to emulate. Put your hands together for Senator Tammy Jaja. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, we're in home turf. We're in the home turf of the Honorable, the mighty Tim, Honorable Julius Timothy. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. And this time, it's time for solidarity. Solidarity with the LYO. Solidarity of the youth with the Dominica Labour Party. And if you were in Coliho on Thursday, I'm sure you may have felt lightning strike. Because the voice of the youth was speaking through this young person. And she is the first individual that we will welcome to the podium to deliver a 5-minute solidarity address here this evening. So ladies and gentlemen, Labourites, members of the LYO, welcome Miss Nika Lowell from the community of Colio to deliver solidarity messages.
We coming with the red flags forming. We putting across for the shoot. Yeah, we voting Labour. We putting across for the shoot. Yeah, we voting Labour. Catherine Daniel, yeah, we voting for. Yeah, we voting Labour.
Hello!
I hope they know that's only the youth of the Dominica Labour Party. I hope they know that's only the youth of the Dominica Labour Party. Let me hear you say, Labour! Yes, young people, I bring greetings from the Collier constituency. And I am Nikel Noel, the president of the LYO, Labour Youth Organization in the Collier constituency. And if you heard me last week Thursday, you should know what's coming for you tonight. Because I have seen a few comments on Facebook. But let me send one message to you, WP. Whether you like it or not, I will be me. Whether you like it or not, I will be me. So you can post whatever you want on Facebook. Yes, in the Collier constituency, we stand solid with our candidate, Ms. Catherine Daniel. We say no way to UWP and Nicholas George. Because we have been there with Ms. Catherine Daniel. She has walked the roads of Collier. She has knocked on the doors and she heard our cries. That is why the youth supports and will continue to support the Dominica Labour Party and Ms. Catherine Daniel. So young people of Dominica, on December 8th, all you have to do is just put a little X by the shoe and re-elect the Dominica Labour Party. Because without Dominica Labour Party, the country will not move forward. The country will not move forward. Labour has been the change for the past 14 years and will continue to bring change to this beautiful country. So people, youth, vote for Dominica Labour Party. Labour! And yes, I've learned from the best. The Honorable Kelva Daru and Kenneth Daru and our Senator, Tammy Jaja. PM has put them to help us, the youth, and they did a tremendous job, and I learned from them. So I want to say thank you. Yes, people of Dominica. Yes, youth. You all know me well, but what I'm about to say, I shall not say it. Because on Thursday I said Lennox Linton and Nicholas George is the devil. And I know why there is the devil. You cannot say you want to remove the anointing on a man. That is why I said there is the devil. And I take no apologies for that. I'm not going to take that statement back because they are the devil. And if you was in the stadium on Friday evening, you heard Donnie McClurkin. We are on the winning side. Labour Party is the winning side. And come December 8th, we are going to remain in office whether they like it or not. We are voting the Dominica Labour Party. We are voting for the leadership of Roosevelt's carrot because leadership is everything. So young people, on December 8th, do not spoil that ballot. Just vote for the Dominica Labour Party. Labour! Labour! Labour Katwabai. Labour is working. Thank you.
5 more years. 5 more years.
All right. So who's going to be the first at the polls on December 8th? Where's my Red Army crew? I see a sea of red. There's nothing but red tonight. And it feels good to be on the winning side with the Dominica Labour Party. At this time we bring another youthful person, a woman from Calibishi. Let's welcome Kamisha Joseph.
Now they want to return again to bring you frustration and pain.
with you all. Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit, leader of the Dominica Labour Party, other members of the Labour Party, friends, well-wishers, fellow Labourites, LYOs. I bring you heartwarming greetings from the constituents of the Pebush constituency, letting you know that youth and all rolling with Miss Paul. It brings me great joy to see the number of young persons here tonight, and it also confirms that the Dominica Labour Party is well on its way to a massive victory come December 8th. We, the young people of Dominica, are sending a clear and simple message across Lennox Clinton and Team Dominica. And our message is this: we do not want a leader who is less qualified than 99.9% of us here this evening. We are rallying with the Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit and the Dominica Labour Party, the only team that is capable of bringing this country to higher heights. We are moving forward with a team where change is not a must, but it is continuous. We are moving forward with a team where every individual is properly qualified, approachable, and in the right state of mind. We are moving forward with a team where our leader leads from the front and not the back. We are moving forward with a leader who is God-fearing, a leader who is kind, a leader who is intelligent, a leader who is not arrogant and opinionated, a leader who knows right from wrong, and most importantly, a leader who is humble and willing to listen. After all, leadership is everything. How can we, the young people of Dominica, turn away from a leader who has our best interests at heart, a leader who cares for us and wants the best for us? Let's just recall some of the programs that are in place for our benefits. Universal secondary education for all, the school transfer grants, uniform grants, free textbooks, free school bus, scholarships to study overseas, and the NEP program, just to mention a few. And yet, Team Dominica and Lennox Clinton want us to leave what we have seen for what they cannot give. As a hard-working, respectable, dedicated, intelligent, proud single mother of two wonderful boys, let me say here this evening that I could never, ever throw my support behind a man who has said such unforgivable, scandalous words about our young women and single mothers of this country. We are the future. We are to be respected. Young people, we need to hold our heads high, because after all, we are the same ones they are coming to begging for our votes. As a proud Catholic, I cannot stand for the statement against our bishop. We Dominicans are God-fearing people, and God has brought us a far way, and we have to be ever grateful. Young people, Labourites, Dominicans, how can we possibly turn our country over to individuals who curse the people of God? Individuals who disgrace our young people. Individuals who just don't know what they are about. How can we possibly vote a team that has a body and no head on its shoulders? How can we vote for a confused, insane leader? Young people, I have sat down and listened to Lennox Clinton and Team Dominica, or may I say Team Lennox Clinton. And I have come to the conclusion that these people are mad and confused. They say that their theme is change is a must. But in truth and in fact, their theme should be don't do and let me do. So come December 8th, we will be teaching Lennox Clinton and his so-called team the hardest lesson they will ever be able to learn in their lives. A lesson of rejection, because we are accepting all the candidates of the Dominica Labour Party and rejecting all the candidates of Team Lennox. We are going all the way with the Dominica Labour Party. God bless the Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit and the members of the Dominica Labour Party. God bless all the young people of Dominica. God bless all the Labourites. And God bless all Dominicans. I thank you. Good night.
Dominica, now they want to return again.
of applause for Miss Camisha Joseph. Yes, yes, yes. From this, ladies and gentlemen, you can tell that the Dominica Labour Party is training the youth of Dominica to take on the mantle. Such eloquent speaker, such passion in her voice. And now, we will move to our gentlemen, because we know that our ladies can represent, but our gentlemen have to be there in lockstep. So it gives me great pleasure at this time to bring to you one of the most dynamic LYO presidents and LYO leaders in this country. A man who has returned from Cuba after pursuing a bachelor's degree, of course, to attain tertiary level qualification. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to hear you scream for the man, Eric Serra, from the St. Joseph constituency, here to deliver solidarity.
And when they call it there, you're not ready, so show me red. Show me something red. Show me something.
Okay, he said Cuba, but it's Venezuela. Good evening, fellow youth Laborites. Let me first recognize the presence of the candidates to vie for the different constituencies, soon to be parliamentary representative for the various constituencies, the LYO across the country. Labour people, good evening. I feel honored this evening to stand here as a Dominican youth, member of the St. Joseph LYO, and as a diet Laborite. When you think and analyze what the Roosevelt Skerrit-led administration have done for Dominica, in particular the youth, I would think it is very unwise for any young person in this country to vote for any other party but the Dominica Labour Party. Labour! I speak here tonight as a testimony of what the Dominica Labour Party has done and continue to do for the youth of this country. Throughout the years, the Dominica Labour Party has invested significantly towards the educational and academic development of each and every youth in Dominica. Under the Roosevelt Skerrit administration, we, the youth of this country, have received opportunities for studies overseas with government-funded scholarships. Over the years, myself, along with other Dominicans, students, received scholarship to study in Venezuela and other parts of the world. And we have taken full advantage of the opportunity and have returned with our degrees. And guess what? We have no loans to pay. So thank you for the Dominica Labour Party for this opportunity to pursue study and come back to develop our country. Right now, many of us are currently employed both in the private and public sector and contributing significantly to the economic and social development of our country. Dominica established diplomatic relations with Venezuela in 1979, and only under this present administration we were able to see the fruits of this relation. Through this relation, we have seen Dominica becoming a member of ALBA and PetroCaribe, something which the opposition have spent years criticizing in spite of the many developments which we have seen. Thus far, and to name a few, we have the upgrading and extension of the Douglas Charles Airport and Airstrip, construction of many sea defense walls, petrocasas, metallic waste cleanup throughout the country, the establishment of PDV Dominica Limited, where I work and currently hold a position of human resource analyst. Because of the strong bonds that currently exist between Dominica and Venezuela, we can testify to the fact that the different social programs undertaken under the DLP have significantly improved the lives of our citizens. We can boast of the Yes We Care program, free monthly cylinders for every person that have reached 100 years. Free cylinders for a number of social institutions which are tasked with their responsibility to take care of our less fortunate people. My fellow Dominicans here and abroad, we cannot afford for the opposition to obtain power and form the government Our country has come too far during these past 14 years to allow this bunch of persons without no track record of leadership whatsoever to lead us. These people will take us 20 years back in just their first term. Labour! My people, we need to make the world know that the majority of youth are with the Dominica Labour Party. And as you can see, we have a great sea of red right here. Labour! The opposition is not for the young people, and I can testify to that fact. The Honorable Kelva Daru, my pal rep for Senjo, which we duly love, approximately 1.5 years ago, made some land available to a group, my group, named Lakwa. We have cultivated this land with several crops such as melons, cucumbers. We have erected greenhouse for the cultivation of tomatoes, among other crops. All this with the help of Honorable Kelva Daru. Now, a few weeks ago, we received something we consider to be a fake letter requesting that we vacate the premises or face court action. But listen to the unauthenticity of the letter. It was not addressed to anyone specifically. It had a signature, but it did not have any stamp. The letter, which was dated 2012, was crossed out. The date was crossed out, and it was dated 2014. And they requested that we vacate the Claghall estate, whereas we occupy the center area, which before belonged to the Chinese, where they cultivated. No one else knew about this letter except the members of the group. But guess what? The opposition, they knew about the letter. They consulted us, they asked us questions, and made several remarks with the aim of discrediting the Honorable Kelva Daru. We believe this letter was planned by the opposition to turn us away from the Honorable Kelva Daru, but let them know to try again. We are stronger now than ever, and on December 8th, 2014, we will be voting the Honorable Kelva Daru and the Dominica Labour Party. Labour! Long live the Dominica Labour Party. Long live President Skerrit, Prime Minister Skerrit. Long live Dominica. Vote for progress. Labour ka travail, an nou kite yo la pour continuer travail. Labour! Thank you very much.
So I'm giving my PM a marriage. Before Granny died, she tell me to vote Skerrit. She tell me about honesty and leadership.
But Flip, my fellow Labourites are somewhat cool. Give them something to wave about. Let me see your flag! Labour! All right, looking good, looking good. At this time, we go to a neighboring constituency. We go to Maho. Let me bring you the president of the Maho LYO, Leandra Julian.
And when they call it there, you know that it's a show the red. Show me something red. Show me something red.
Labour! Maho LYO, let me hear you! Labour! Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit and Mrs. Skerrit, my parliamentary representative, Honorable Raven Blackmore, ministers of government, hundreds of Labour youth present this evening. I stand here this evening, president of the Maho Labour Youth Organization, a proud Labour supporter and a dedicated leader of the most vibrant LYO on island. The Maho Labour Youth Organization consists of 180 members and is recognized as the proactive community-based organization which facilitates the empowerment of the youth, thus enabling them to make meaningful contributions to the Maho constituency and the country by extension. Maho Labour Youth Organization is also led by a great man, Honorable Rayburn Blackmore. A man that seeks perfection, a man that looks after the needs of the youths of his constituency, a man that stands behind hard work, togetherness, and leadership. The Honorable Rayburn Blackmore, the man of the hour. Labour! Maho Labour Youth Organization, let me hear you! We, the members of this great organization, fully support the plans and visions that Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit and the Dominica Labour Party has for we, the youths of Dominica. So therefore, we all will stand together and give them another full term in government. Labour! 5 more years. 5 more years for Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit. 5 more years for Honorable Rayburn Blackmore. Labour! Thank you.
We want the best for Dominica. 5 more years. 5 more years.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together once again for Miss Leandra Julian from the Maho constituency. And as we move on, as we hear from several dynamic youth speakers, we are joined now on stage by some of the titans of our party. Now there are so many calypsos. If you watch the calypso show this week, we had 15 calypsos in the Dominica Labour Party. And I can sing a few of them. But I still can't sing as well as this candidate that has graced the stage here this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, Labour Rights, put your hands together for the Honorable Reginald Ostrey, who is now here with us in solidarity with the LYO. As we know, the PM, yes, Mr. Ostrey, take your bow, you well deserve it. As we know, the PM said he wants to take all 4 Roseau constituencies, and we're going to give them a very serious surprise in Roseau Central. Right now, we're going to put Roseau Central at our attention, because the man for Roseau Central, Arlo, is here on the stage. Let's hear it for Arlo, for Roseau. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm sure by now, this crowd is energized by the power of the National Labour Youth Organization. Yes. So to move on with our solidarity messages, we're going to welcome a man from a solid constituency, a man from the northeast of this country, a man that stands as one of the stalwarts in terms of youth empowerment and youth mobilization for the Labour Party. It's almost Christmas time. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Kurt Christmas.
Dominica, if you want rain, 5 more years, hands in the air, and show me your voting finger. If you want rain.
Labour Rights. Good evening.
Show me your vote finger. Show me your vote finger. Dominica, if you want rain, 5 more years.
Let me recognize the candidates of the Labour Party in the next general election. Greetings from the most easterly of the constituencies, the Cassibruce constituency. Tonight I'm going to touch a little bit on something called Power Madness Has Come. And in the United Workers' Party, that is what we have, Power Madness. And we know about Power Madness. We know that Power Madness has come when you begin to ridicule journalists. We know that Power Madness has come when at daytime you kiss the Chinese and at night you sleep with the Taiwanese. We know Power Madness has come when you disrespect the ordained men of God by calling them bloodsuckers. We know Power Madness has come when you call the Yes We Care people lazy. We know Power Madness has come when you ask for a change, but then you say you're going to keep everything that the government has in store. We know power madness has come when you ridicule the president. We know power madness has come when you ask the young people to stay home from the Independence Day parade. We know power madness has come when Edison James has put on Dominica a third farmer to represent us. Everybody in this crowd who has gotten to fourth form and higher has a higher level of education than Lennox Linton. And that is what you call power madness, ladies and gentlemen. In the Dominica Labour Party, we have men of integrity, men of standard. And that is why next week, Monday, December 8th, we are going to put the X by the shoes. Labour! We are putting the X by the shoes. Now in the Cassibruce constituency, let me say in the Cassibruce constituency, we have an honest, humble, God-fearing, trustworthy man in Johnson Drygo. That is what we have in the Cassibruce constituency. For years we have been searching for a parliamentary representative, and we have gotten the best parliamentary representative in Johnson Drygo. A man motto, putting people first. And let me tell you something, by 4 o'clock on Monday, the Cassibruce constituency and Johnson Drygo will be in the bag. Don't worry for all the rumors going around. They have to make themselves look good. But Johnson Drygo has proved himself, and the Cassibruce constituency has gotten its fair share from this government. And on December 8th, we are going to re-elect the Dominica Labour Party. In Roosevelt Skerrit, we have a man who cares for people. We have a man who puts people first. Labor rights! Get out early at 6 o'clock. By 12 o'clock, you all should have voted already. We all should have voted and go back home. One more thing, finally, before I leave. We do not want to get into any confrontation. We do not want to incite any violence. Just yesterday, we had an incident in Cassibruce where one of those vagabonds fought with a young lady because she was talking about her party. We do not want to get in trouble with anybody. So stay out of trouble. So before I leave, let me say, 5 more years for the Dominica Labour Party. 5 more years for Roosevelt Skerrit. 5 more years for Johnson Drygo. God bless the Dominica Labour Party. God bless the LYO. God bless you, Labour Rights. Have a good night.
5 more years. 5 more years. It's 5 more years.
What happened? I have to fix my own mic. Honorable Douglas, I have to fix my own mic now. Thank you very much. I tell you, only Labour Rights and the Dominica Labour Party can do that. What do you say, 5 more years? 5 more years? And Isaiah spoke about Christmas. But just remember, Christmas is going to come twice this year. One on December 8th and one on the 25th. All the way in Marigot, remember December 8th and the 25th. 2 Christmas in 1 year. All right, at this time, we bring from Portsmouth. Let me hear the Portsmouth Massive. Are you here tonight? Let's welcome Patsy Mills from the Portsmouth constituency.
Labour! Good evening, my brothers and sisters, since we are a family. Good evening to the Honorable Prime Minister, I'm sure he's on his way here, and our ministers and parliamentary representatives from the different constituencies. This evening, I will talk on education, because I believe education is the base and the foundation for the Dominica Labour Party development program. As a direct beneficiary of the Prime Minister's One Graduate in Every Household initiative, I stand proudly here before you this evening on behalf of the many Dominicans that did not prostitute themselves to get a scholarship I would like to thank the Honorable Prime Minister and the Dominica Labour Party government. Brothers and sisters, the devotion, money, and passion that we see geared towards education by the Honorable Prime Minister and his administration is unprecedented. The fruits of this passion can be seen across the board. No longer do you have to have a surname to be a lawyer. No longer do you have to be the daughter of the son of Mr. So-and-so to be a doctor. Today, the average Joe can say that my daughter is an engineer and my son is a lawyer, my brothers and sisters. Across the board, the average standard of education in Dominica, the average standard of education in our country has gone up under the Dominica Labour Party and the Roosevelt Douglas-led administration. Having said this, my brothers and sisters, I would like to take a look at the keys of education. I would like to take a look at the keys of education. What is the point and the purpose of education? What are the benefits to a nation of a better educated population, my brothers and sisters? The keys of education are, but not limited to, reducing poverty. Can you see, my brothers and sisters, we have been removed from poverty by the Dominica Labour Party. The administration has spared no effort in ensuring that Dominicans from preschool to university has a fair chance to education, and this in no doubt will lead to the reduction in poverty in our country. We are now the elimination of gender inequality is taking place in our country, brothers and sisters. Now more and more women are taking up positions that were formerly held by men. Even in our Dominica Labour Party, we now have 4 female candidates contesting this year's election, including, and I will mention, the Lady Catherine, who has been a stalwart for education and a role model for our young women. Prevention of needless deaths and illnesses. With the number of medical scholarships now given by this Dominica at Labour Party administration, we have an increase in local doctors, which can only result in a better healthcare system, and just in time for our new state-of-the-art hospital, which will begin commencement in early 2015, brothers and sisters. We have to maintain our personal competitiveness and a competitiveness as a country and secure our participation on a global scale, brothers and sisters. The Honorable Prime Minister, in his quest to find scholarship all over the world for our students, thanks to this administration, we have Dominicans who can now speak up to 3 different languages. And most of all, brothers and sisters, what education does, it fosters peace. It fosters peace. The more educated a population, the more peaceful a country. Sad but true. We can see the direct impact of lack of education throughout this campaign with the opposition party. How can you say education is not important in leadership? Tell me, brothers and sisters, how can you say that? Let us take this time to look at the Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit and Lennox Linton. The Prime Minister wears big shoes, brothers and sisters. Big shoes. He wears big shoes. He walks with the likes of world leaders such as President Xi of China, President Maduro of Venezuela, former President Fidel Castro of Cuba, former President, the late Hugo Chavez of Venezuela, President of the United States, Barack Obama, brothers and sisters. And the list can go on and on and on. If Mr. Linton were to wear the shoes of the Prime Minister, he would disappear. He would disappear, brothers and sisters. because the Prime Minister's shoes too big for him. These shoes will violate him, brothers and sisters. Brothers and sisters, I would like you to see how this aggressive stance, opposition by the Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit and the Dominica Labour Party on education has armed you, the average Dominican. Has armed you, the average Dominican, with the tools that you need to go out into the battlefield, into the work world, locally, regionally, and internationally. And charter your own course and participate at the highest level on matters of economics, matters of philosophy, and on matters of law and medicine. I would like you to see, brothers and sisters, that this ammunition can do anything. With this ammunition called education, you can represent yourself and your country at any level. And like the great Nelson Mandela said, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. They say change must come, but they don't even want to start with education. Young people, the government and the Dominica Labour Party and the Prime Minister has invested a lot. Take the opportunity, young people. Take the opportunity. Better yourselves. Better yourselves. Go out there and make something good of yourself, brothers and sisters. And in closing, brothers and sisters, let me tell you this. Labor rights. Let our support be unwavering, labor rights. Let our support be unwavering. Let our thoughts be unperturbed. When they come to you, turn your back and walk away. Don't put yourself in trouble. And next week, on December the 8th, let our victory be undeniable. Labor! Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
And when they call it there, he not ready, so show me red, red, red. Show me something.
Show me something red. Show me something red. Let me see you wave something red. Yes, labor rights. Yes, labor rights. Let me hear a round of applause for Miss Patsy Mills. Solid remarks here by Miss Patsy Mills. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I have a solemn question for you. I have a solemn question to you. Labor rights, can you feel the power of the Labor Youth Organization? Yes, we are training youth of this country to step in and step boldly, ladies and gentlemen. Are you having a good time so far? You ready for some more? You ready for some more Labour Party politics, ladies and gentlemen? All right. Well, I've been advised by the Honorable Party Rep, just before we give you some more of this productive, of this dynamic development agenda, we're going to entertain you. And for you this evening, we have a special, a very dynamic young man, a man by the name of Arden P., who's going to come to entertain us for the next several minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Arden P. Ladies and gentlemen.
Labor rights, make some noise. Wow. Flip, let's go. Now we started nice and easy, right? Hey, yeah, man. Hey. Labor rights. I want to see a 5 in here, right? Hey. 5 more years. 5 more years. 5 more years. Come on. We started nice and easy. Let me see your 5. Let me see your 5. Let me see your 5. And we chanting. Yo, we say, labor, 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 labor. 4, 5. Labor, labor, labor. Labor, labor, labor. Labor, labor, labor. Come on. Yeah, that's when I say labor. You say power. Labor. Labor. When I say labor, you say power. Labor. Labor. Labor, labor, labor. Labor, labor, labor. Labor, labor, labor. Everybody, let me see your 5 in the air. Your 5 in the air. Your 5 in the air. Come on, we chanting. Say 5 more. 5 more. 5 more. DJ Flip, next you. Ready to get wild, right? What the youths and them? Flip, let's go. Come on. There we go. Where the labor rights? Constituencies now. Yeah. Roseau North, Roseau South, labor. Will. Now, when I call your constituency, you say labor. Right? Flip, let's go. Come on. Scarrow. Work for it. Scarrow. Work for me. Scarrow. Labor at 12, 5. Work. Grand Bay, Roseau. Maho, Colio. Bossy. Central. Come on. What you doing? We vote is scary. We chanting, check scary. We vote is scary. Everybody, let me hear you. Come on. We vote is scary. Up Dominica, Mr. Black Mosse. Everybody, we chanting now. Say, labor. Let me see your mind. We singing labor. Grand Bay, Salisbury, labor. Carib Territory, labor. Maribor, Wesley, Maho, it's labor. What you doing? Hey, we vote is scary. Everybody, we vote is scary. Check scary. We vote is scary. No, we gonna get right. No, we gonna put your 5 in here on my box, right? 5 more years. 1, you're 5. 2, you're 5. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. No, let me see your 5. You're 5. You're 5. 5 more years. 4. Let me see your 5. Let me see your 5. Let me see. Salisbury, Layu. Bossy, Cottage. Grand Bay, labor. Jimmy, Goodwill, labor. Come on, jump. Yeah, man. We say 5. Let me see you. Let me see your 5. Your 5. Let me see you. Who we voting? We chanting. Who we voting? Labor. Let me hear the crowd now. Who we voting? Let me see your 5. Thank you. I repeat, yo.
Labor.
Yes, how you feeling after that? How you feeling, Laborites? All right, I now seeing the wife of the Honorable Prime Minister in the crowd with us tonight, Melissa Skerrit from Roseau Central. Roseau North, why I tell you, we have crossed all our T's and dot our I's. So let them know that we are going back with the Honorable Julius Timothy Tell them we're strong and we're ready.
This is Labour.
And after that, tell them I say, quote me. At this time, we welcome someone from the Roseau North. I think if you listen on a Tuesday evening at Funkole, you would have heard his story. To come and talk to us tonight from Roseau North, we welcome Michael Green.
Are you ready?
Labour ka travail. Now, I hail from this constituency, the constituency of Julius Timothy. 5 more years. 5 more years. 5 more years. 5 more years for the Honorable Prime Minister. Because there is none like him and he is working for all of us. So 5 more years and more for the Prime Minister. Labour. Now I stand there as a testimony to let you know that if I did it, you can do it. If I did it, you can do it. If you stay in school, you learn your lesson well, you will be a leader tomorrow. You will have prepared yourself for that leadership position. So when it comes, you will embrace it. You will not know what to do with it or not to do with it. You will have spent your time in preparation. Now, my beginning is very, very humble. Grew up very poor. The poorest in Pottersville. The poorest in Betong. And Betong was called the poorest. And I was the poorest in Betong. So you should know. Now, I didn't go to secondary school. I dropped out in the 4th grade, a primary school. But as a young scout growing up, just next slide there, the motto was, be prepared. Be prepared for the eventuality, what to come. And the other part of it was, youth of today are leaders of tomorrow. So you, the youth today, will be the leaders tomorrow. So you have to prepare for that leadership position that will be thrust upon you. Now, since I wanted to be something in my own self, I decided that not going to high school, I couldn't stop there. So I did my evening classes. After I was successful, I became the first person in Dominica to go to 6th Form College, the then 6th Form College, at the back of the Windsor Park, where I did history, sociology, and English. Now, I could have worked in any place I wanted, but I decided to teach, because in teaching you give back, and I wanted to give back. After that, I was sent to New Mexico State University, where I became a qualified teacher. I went back again, I did a bachelor's degree in history, then a master's degree in special education. Then I went to Boston College, where I did a second master's in educational leadership. Then last year, I was sent to the South Pacific, Samoa, close to Fiji, where I put together a course that is now being taught at several universities. I put together a course, a post-diploma in higher education for teachers who didn't want to do a master's, but wanted to do something after the bachelor's. It is now being taught at participating Commonwealth universities. Now, I also work with the youth. Upon leaving 6th Form College, the youth division asked me and 6 others, including Bernard Ito, Luke John, and others, and to put together the National Youth Council. So for 2 years, we worked feverishly on the constitution for the National Youth Council. So today, you here, part of the National Youth Council, is a testament, a testimony that you can do great things if I did it. Now, I met the Prime Minister in 1990 for the first time. We were both at 6th Form together. Honorable Ian Douglas, Vince Anderson, all of us were there. Now, the Prime Minister, I remember in our discussions, he would talk of things like a bridge to go across from Windsor Park to Goodwill. It is done. He talked of a stadium, a sporting place where we can have international games. It is done. He also talked about having a bigger college for all the students, since 100 to 200 students couldn't make it at the college, and plus they were being underrepresented, it is done.
Labor working, labor working, labor working, labor working.
Now, the Prime Minister, we went to study together in New Mexico, together with Honorable Vincent Listen again, and he was a very humble man then, and he's a very humble man now. And to tell you of his humility, the Prime Minister was our barber in New Mexico. Would Lennox be a barber? He would turn his head the other way. But that tells you the humility of the man. And after that, we went back to New Mexico to study, myself in 1997, while the Prime Minister went to Ole Miss. Ole Miss is University of Mississippi in a place called Oxford. So the Prime Minister has a degree, he's qualified. Put it to rest. Tell them I said so. I know he has a degree. And I'm telling you what I know. So let them know that Labour working, Labour Katuavai, and Labour is ready. Now, we can look at leadership qualities because it is all about leadership in this election. All about leadership. Now, let's look at personality. Skerrit is humble, while Linton is arrogant. Skerrit is with everyone, while Linton greets no one. Skerrit is down to earth, while Linton is not with the people. Skerrit is capable of original thought, while Linton plagiarizes. Skerrit respect our young women, while Linton calls them. Skerrit cares for the needy, while Linton calls them. Skerrit gives to the churches, while Linton threatens to do what to the pastor? Remove his anointing. Skerrit is visionary, while Linton lacks foresight. Now, Skerrit is decisive, while Linton is indecisive. He's a follower, he's not a leader. Skerrit is consistent, while Linton is inconsistent. Skerrit possesses conflict resolution skill, while Linton wants to fight with everybody. Skerrit brings people together, while Linton tears them apart. He polarizes them. Now, Skerrit is self-confident, persistent, tough-minded, strategic, transformational, visionary, has a clear mission, practical, a community leader, a coordinator. Linton, on the other hand, reacts. He's reactionary. He leads from behind. He's not sure what he's doing. He's indecisive. He's inconsistent. He's uncommitted, he's disorganized, and he's weak. Now, Skerrit has decided that the elderly will get $200 per month. Linton criticized it. Skerrit decided that people in the rural area or where there is pit latrine, it will be eradicated. Linton criticized it. Linton and Skerrit has removed VAT on Pampers and for children and the elderly. Linton criticized it. The National Employment Program, Linton criticized. The Yes We Care program, Linton criticized. The School Lunch Program, Linton criticized. The School Bus Program, Linton criticized. The expansion of our ambassadorial program, he criticized also. Night landing at the airport, Linton criticized. The new name of the airport from Melville Hall to Charles Douglas, or Douglas Charles, Linton criticized. Oh no, one more thing. He said recently that, let me say to the people of Dominica, the United Workers' Party will retain every single social benefit that every Dominican receives. So he's working it back. So he's saying change. Change from what? He now agreed that everything is good and he will continue everything. So why the change? Now the Prime Minister has made promises and he has kept them. The housing project in Bellevue Rural, check. Universal secondary education, check. School feeding program, check. School bus for rural students, check. The university graduate per household, water project, from 44 diplomatic alliances to now more than 95. The NEP program, the Yes We Care for the elderly, the Centenary Back Road. So you could see the Windsor Park Sports Stadium, that's a check. The bridge links to the Windsor Park and Goodwill, check. And above all, you know, as poor people can buy land at $1 a square foot from landless to landowner. That is a major economic investment in yourself. That is moving up from poverty. So we are solid with labor. We can see labor is working, and everything the Prime Minister has promised, that will be done. So labor katuavai. Labor katuavai. We going nowhere. Labor, labor, labor. Good night.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Michael Green, a man that's born and bred here in the Roseau North constituency. Is there anybody from the LYO here this evening? Let me hear you make some noise. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. As we continue with our packed program, you've heard from several speakers of the LYO. There are some of them that wouldn't get the chance to speak tonight, but they have been working assiduously over the past year and a half. And it would be remiss of us if we did not big them up. So at this point in time, we're going to big up the president and the members of the Soufriere LYO. Let me hear you make some noise. All right. All the members of the Roseau North LYO, let me hear you scream. All right. Is there anybody from the Roseau South? Let me hear you make some noise. All right. We're solid with Mr. George. And as we know, the LYO has been trained, has been molded by the Labour Party to make a solid contribution. And at this point in time, I want to invite to you someone that is very near and dear to the hearts of every LYO member. As we know, our previous speakers mentioned that the Honorable Kelva Dara is with us, Honorable Dr. Kenneth Dara is with us, Senator Tammy Jajak is with us. But we know that they have a lot of responsibilities, and so they can't be with us all the time. But this person, this next speaker, this next dynamic speaker and the rock of the national LYO is with us day in, day out. And so it gives me great pleasure to welcome to this podium one of the greatest leaders of the LYO in this country, Miss Rhoda Sancho. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
The permission and the Soufriere see wall. What about the new Dominica State House? Don't forget it.
Labor! Let me hear all my LYOs across Dominica say, Labor! It is indeed an honor, a privilege, and a pleasure to stand here today and see all of you standing here in solidarity with the Dominica Labour Party. A pleasant good evening to every candidate that is here tonight. A pleasant good evening to Mistress Carrot, who is in the house with us. Let's all give her a very big hand clap tonight. As a youth advocate and a catalyst, I will speak to us tonight on matters dear to my heart concerning the youth of our constituencies. I send a very clear message to all of us here today that we must in no way, shape, form, allow the opposition to run our country. 5 more years for the Dominica Labour Party.
the Dominica Labour Party has done a lot for us. They have given us jobs under the NEP program. They have educated our children. They have clothed us. They are feeding us, because when we have a job, we can provide for ourselves and our family. Labor! Today, Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit, have we, the people of Dominica, at heart. If it wasn't for us, if it wasn't for him, if it wasn't for everybody here, today would not have been possible. Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit cares for the people of Dominica. Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit has every one of us in his thoughts, day in, day out, night in, night out. He sleeps and gets up with Dominica on his heart. That is why he is providing and doing everything possible to develop Dominica, so we, the people of Dominica, can have a better tomorrow. The Dominica Labour Party has taken this country from the brink of a financial collapse and mismanagement of public resources to that of what their entire Caribbean is now looking at us as a model. Every Caribbean island wants to model and shape their country like Dominica. Today, I stand as a proud Dominican, grateful for the many men and women who have stood in solidarity with the Honorable Prime Minister and our slate of candidates, and we are going to ensure that come December 8th, Dominica Labour Party regains governance with 21 seats. We take in all 21 seats. I want to speak to us today. I really want to talk to you from my heart. Young people, I want to talk to you because something was said about our young women. And let me say that I will not stand here today and take what was said lightly. I renounce and I break every curse of prostitution that was spoken over the women of Dominica. We are a God-fearing nation, and we will not allow anybody to come and stand and curse our women and call them prostitutes. And it is because of this cause we will ensure, because of this, we are going to ensure that come December 8th, Dominica Labour Party, the LYO of this country, will put Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit and his 20 candidates back in office. Labour! Let me address very carefully the constituency of Marigot. And I know we win in Marigot, but I can't tell you why we have to win Marigot. Because my mother hails from the constituency of Marigot. And Marigot people are dotish. Marigot people not foolish, and Marigot people will not allow a man that have lesser education than them to come and run the constituency. We are going to ensure that in Marigot, the Dominica Labour Party will be victorious. And be careful, because Marigot might just be the very first seat counted for the Dominica Labour Party. Labour!
5 more years.
I'm not going and preach to you today, but I want to show you a passage of scripture that clearly defines who Lennox Linton is. In James 1 verse 8, it states, a double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. And Lennox Linton is an unstable man. Lennox Linton is a double-minded man. He says one thing today, another thing tomorrow. We have heard him on tapes, and then he come back and say, you lying, I didn't say that. That is a double-minded man. And the word of God clearly says it. He's unstable in all his ways. And we do not want a double-minded man running our country. Labour! LYO, I admonish each and every one of us. You heard our leader tell us, do bathe. From Sunday, straight to the polls, ensure we vote, and then we will go home and take the bath. So I am telling all LYO members here tonight, we have a voice, we have a choice, we have an option, and come December 8th, we are going to make our voices heard through the ballot paper, and we are bringing home 21 seats for the Dominica Labour Party. Labour!
5 more years. 5 more years. It's 5 more years. 5 more years.
Yes, yes. Some powerful words here from Rhoda St. John. Let's put our hands together again for Rhoda. I tell you, she said it, all 21. Salisbury, where you? Yes, man. At this time, we bring from Roseau South, a woman every young woman should emulate. We bring to you Senator Tammy Jajak.
So I'm giving my PM a Mary. Before Granny died, she tell me to vote scary. She tell me what on it.
Thank you, Kim.
Labour! Nice. Labour!
Good evening to the Honorable Prime Minister Roosevelt Skerrit, political leader of our Dominica Labour Party, and good evening to the other 20 winning Labour Party candidates in this year's elections. Good evening to all Labourites at home and abroad who are hearing the sound of my voice. Good evening to you, the young people of Labour, the driving force of this year's campaign, the fuel that gets the Labour engine moving. Young people, we make this look good. Labour! I am indeed honored to be standing here this evening speaking to so many of my peers. When I look out at you, I know that the Dominica Labour Party has a bright future. I know that the Dominica Labour Party is here to stay. Young Labourites, our Dominica Labour Party has been good to us. The party has been our beacon of hope in every single aspect of our lives. Young people, we have a right to vote the Dominica Labour Party. We have a responsibility to ensure that this government remains in power for 5 Because of this Dominica Labour Party, our young people have received tremendous opportunities in education. Opportunities that no other government has made available to us before. Today, brothers and sisters, we have a state-of-the-art Dominica State College. Students can learn in a clean, comfortable environment. This college, brothers and sisters, is comparable to universities outside of Dominica. This is what the Dominica Labour Party has brought to us. Brothers and sisters, there have been many scholarships provided to the young people to study in universities all over the world. We have gone to China, Venezuela, Cuba, Morocco, the University of the West Indies, the United States of America, and these are just but a few. I am sure, I have no doubt that a number of you in this crowd tonight are university graduates, and it is because of the Dominica Labour Party. Labour Katwavai! Brothers and sisters, we have seen and we continue to see the benefits of the National Employment Program. So many of our young people were discouraged, and today, because of that program, we have a renewed sense of pride. Pride, brothers and sisters, that you feel when you can take your money from your pocket that you worked hard for to spend on the things that you love. This is empowerment. This is what the Labour Party is about. Young people, we know that the government cannot employ everyone. No ministry or government can employ anyone, everyone. This is not possible anywhere in the world. And if anyone tries to tell you different, tell them they're mad. Tell them I say that they are mad. Brothers and sisters, and this is why our government has brought to us the Small Business Unit. A unit which empowers young people to create employment for ourselves. And so, brothers and sisters, we must say thank you to the Dominica Labour Party. Labour rights, make some noise! We say thank you, brothers and sisters, for the many hairdressers, beauticians, caterers, seamstresses, vehicle rental companies, community shops, and farmers. Yes, brothers and sisters, they will have you think that this government does not care about agriculture, but farmers have benefited from the Small Business Unit. Young laborites, you should not be surprised that we were a key feature of this year's manifesto. The real manifesto. The manifesto presented by our Dominica Labour Party. Make sure to get your copy. Study it, and you will see that on pages 39 to 41, our government speaks of the plans to continue empowering young people through the Youth Development Division, through agriculture, and through employment. Young people, it is your responsibility. It is my responsibility. It is our responsibility to ensure that we go out and vote, and we hold our leaders accountable. We must ensure that each and every one of the measures on that manifesto comes to pass. Young people, on election day, don't you ever make the mistake and say we win already. Don't you ever say that they don't need my votes. No. Reject that mentality and go out to vote. Go out early to vote. Because if you do not, you are actually voting for the United Workers' Party. Do we want the United Workers' Party? Do we want the United Workers' Party? Young people, it is often said that we are the future of the country. But the future is now. Our time is now. And so come December 8, 2014, let us go out in large numbers. Let us go out early. Let us be the first to exercise our franchise and let us exercise our right to vote. We have a responsibility to save this country. We have to save our country from the claws of the UWP. We have a responsibility to say no way to Lennox Linton and his team of jokers. Let me hear you say no way. No way. Brothers and sisters, if you stand for progress, shout Labour. If you will vote the Labour Party on December 8th, shout Labour. If you love your country, shout Labour. And we're giving each and every candidate 5 more years. Say it with me. 5 more years. 5 more years. Thank you.
5 more years. 5 more years. Turn it up, turn it up, turn it up. It's 5 more years.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Did somebody just light a firework in this park? Let me hear some noise for the Senator. Jean-Jacques, ladies and gentlemen. A firework tonight. A firework here tonight. Lighting this crowd on fire with labor and love for labor. Ladies and gentlemen, are you having a good time? Are you feeling the energy of the LYO? Let me hear you say labor. Let me hear you say labor. All right, all right, all right. All right, at this time, we're going to get into some leadership messages. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the hierarchy of the party is here with the youth, and very soon we are going to be hearing from some of our distinguished speakers. But as I look through this crowd, you know the Labour Party candidates, they're not like Tim Fu, who don't want to say hello to people. I could see the Honorable Peter Seja greeting people in the crowd, and I want to big him up. Let's hear a thunderous round of applause for Peter Seja. Yes, yes, yes. We know that politics is about people, caring about people, not staying on Facebook, sending messages and throwing fear for everybody. And that's how one candidate thinks he's going to win the Salisbury constituency. But we have a man on the ground. We have a man that is a titan, a man that is going to bring home the Salisbury constituency, Nicholas Shanks Esprit. Make some noise. Make some noise. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have all of our candidates here with the youth, and we're walking in lockstep towards victory. So at this point in time, we've given you the messages. Before we get to our leadership, DJ Flip, let's give the people a little music to make them feel excited. DJ Flip, take it away.
Don't forget in the housing revolution.
Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. LYO, make some noise.
They wanted to know.
I want to hear the youth from the largest, the most dynamic, the most outstanding LYO, the Maho constituency. Make some noise for Honorable Raymond Blackmore. Yes, yes, yes. We have a visionary leader, and leadership is everything. We have a visionary leader, and leadership is everything. We have a leader that can bring people together. And you can see that ever since the onset of the Honorable Roosevelt Douglas, we have been pulling over some of the dynamic people to our party. And so the Honorable Lauren Bannis, she came across. The Honorable Julius Timothy is here with us, and he came across to the Labour Party. And tonight, ladies and gentlemen, as we go further, we will hear from one of the former senators, a former senator of the United Workers' Party that is now solidly behind Julius Timothy. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and welcome Miss Tassia Blanchard as she gives solidarity messages, of course, for the Honorable Julius Timothy.
And when they call it there, you not ready, so show me red. Show me something red. Show me something red.
Good evening, fellow Laborites. I am Tahira Blanchard. And if that name rings a bell, it is because about 9 years ago, I stood at a podium, but in your place were the supporters of the United Workers' Party. And to my back where these committed men and women of the Dominica Labour Party sit were replaced by power-hungry traitors of the United Workers' Party. And all saying goes, once beaten, but twice shy. But in my case, it was traumatized. Yes, I was beaten by the treacherous, deceitful, rogue men of the United Workers' Party. Those very men whose pretense of patriotism with their cloak of charisma that drew me into politics had me sprinting in the opposite direction not long after. Listen closely, ladies and gentlemen, as I expose the core of that horde of snakes in the grass, posing as loyalists, and educate you about a kind and devoted man, Julius Timothy. Julius Timothy, a man once betrayed and blinded by the mask of brotherhood. It was one day after returning from Parliament when I was escorted to the Sutton Place Hotel restaurant by Earl Williams to what I thought was a post-mortem of the Parliament session. But unknowing to me, it was a conspiracy against a fellow party member, orchestrated by none other than Edison James and Claudia Sanford. The downfall of Julius Timothy was the topic of the hour. He was ridiculed and belittled. Can you imagine breaking bread with your very enemies? Alas, poor Mr. Timothy, a man that was dedicated to his party. All he did was good for that party. But what was even worse than his betrayal was the way that Edison James used the media to manipulate the public and the innocent United Workers' Party supporters. I couldn't believe my eyes when that very same night, after sitting together with these men, that Edison James could be telling the Dominican public that he is not in any way involved in the internal elections of the party, that he loves Julius Timothy, and that his arms and the arms of the party are opened wide to Julius Timothy, and he doesn't understand why he's no longer coming to meetings. Can you believe this? Such treachery. But thank God for the Dominica Labour Party. For
that Julius Timothy was capable of. And thank God that I was graced with the humility, diplomacy, and kindness of Prime Minister Roosevelt Skerrit. Let me now take this opportunity to caution the supporters of the United Workers' Party. You are being fooled. Trust me, you are being fooled. These office-thirsty men of the United Workers' Party are not as wholesome as they seem. It is all an act, and you are the puppets in their production. It took me some time to wake up, but I am saying to them that they need to wake up now. I would like to especially appeal to the youth and the first-time voters. They will try to use your innocence and twist your innocence to their advantage. But you know what I would like to ask all the Laborites here to do? Let us all pray for the United Workers' Party supporters that are brainwashed, that they may come to their senses and boldly step into the polling station on December 8th and vote for the Dominica Labour Party. And you want to know why they need to do that? They need to do that because the Dominica Labour Party, led by the Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit, needs 5 more years to develop Dominica, to further education of the youth, to take care of the elderly, to make new friends who are passionate about assisting our country, to build the international airports, to enhance our city, and to work for Dominica, because Labour can't survive. Thank you. God bless you. God bless Prime Minister Roosevelt Skerrit. God bless the Dominica Labour Party. God bless Dominica. Thank you.
Labour Party is going to succeed. Everybody want to shake on the Labour train. Labour train. Yes, the Labour train.
The power of labor. Let me hear you say labor. I tell you, there's still space on the labor train. It feels good to be on the winning side, right? Flip, can you play something for our crowd tonight?
For we want the best for Dominica. 5 more years. 5 more years. It's 5 more years.
All right. So now, you heard from Miss Blanchard, right? Let me just say good evening to the folks who tuned in, mapping channel 13 on Kyrie FM and also on www.laborkatwavai.com. They tried to stop our diasporans from coming to Dominica, but tell them no way. We're going all the way with the Dominica Labour Party.
This Labour. Everybody show me something red. Show me something red.
At this time, let's just welcome one of our ministers attached to the LYO, the Labour Youth Organization, all the way from Pottersville Savannah. Let's welcome Dr. Kenneth Daru.
And when they call him there, he's not ready, so show me red. Show me something red. Show me something red. Show me something red.
Thank you very much, Kim. Labour! Okay, a very special good evening to the large number of you gathered here today. I bring you warm greetings from the Pottersville Savannah constituency. And to reassure you those of you present here and all of you listening or watching via the various forms of media, that the Pottersville seat is safe with Labour and Dr. Daru. And come December 8th, we are going to bring back this seat to the Dominica Labour Party with an even greater majority. To the Labour youths gathered here today and those listening, and all young Dominicans by extension, I say a very special hello to you, because today is your day. I said today is your day, and these coming elections are your elections, because the future of this beautiful country is yours, and these coming elections is all about the future of Dominica. Let me say thanks to Nick Noel for acknowledging the work of myself together with Honorable Kelvin Daru, Senator Jean-Jacques, with the various LYOs around the country. We have been privileged to work with you, and we will do it all over again. I would like to also say thanks to the numerous LYOs throughout the Pottersville constituency. Would like to thank you for your unwavering support and encouragement throughout my 5 years so far. Ladies and gentlemen, Labour youths, before you leave here this afternoon, I want it to be clear in your mind what's at stake here. Because you are about to make what might turn out to be one of the most important decisions you will ever make in your lifetime. Because it's a decision that is going to determine the protection of our beautiful country, Dominica, and thus protecting your future and your children's future. It's about whether or not you would want us to continue on the path of progress and development that this Labour Party has started and charted out for you, or whether you want us to slide back into a gloomy and dark political and economic abyss. Labour rights, young people, Labour ka travail, avec Labour ka travail pour jeunes moun aussi. Because together with all the massive infrastructural changes and development that we have witnessed over the past decade and a half, your government has also placed special emphasis on education, human resource development, job creation, and small business development, all of which would have benefited hundreds, if not thousands of youth island-wide. Labour rights, ladies and gentlemen, we are well on the way to achieving our one university graduate per household objective, and we are renewing our commitment to you to continue our quest to make tertiary education affordable to all those willing to expand their academic capabilities locally, regionally, and internationally. Whether it is for scholarships granted by our bilateral partners and friendly governments, grant aid through the government system, or low-interest student loans at our financial institutions, we will make it happen for you. Come talk to us. Tell us about your educational plans, and together we will make it happen. Because there's no denying our track record in the area of training our young people for a better life. Because we believe that we have to help you to develop the skills and knowledge that you require to continue to build Dominica. We would have also seen investments in a number of new schools built or being built in Salibia, Saint-Sauveur, and more recently, the new Newton Primary School, a state-of-the-art building to cater to the educational needs of students from the South Catchment area, plus the expansion and rehabilitation of a number of other primary and secondary schools around the island. We would have also witnessed the new state college, part of the Roseau Enhancement Project funded by our Chinese friends, that also included the construction of our new majestic state house, both of which are the pride and joy to all Dominicans, except a disgruntled, power-hungry few who seek to criticize and vilify every good thing that is happening in Dominica today. Yes, my young people, a state college that is on par with any major college worldwide in terms of structure and amenities. And we will soon see the introduction of bachelor degree programs in the not-too-distant future. Universal secondary education, where all students have access to free secondary education, and the introduction of universal early childhood education are other ways that your government is investing in the young people of this country because we recognize that an adequate early start in life is essential to one's success. Labor rights, young people, educating our children and sending them to school is no easy task and is by no way a cheap venture, especially those of us who have limited financial means and a number of kids attending school at any given time, which is why your government, through the Ministry of Education, has also embarked on a number of socio-educational programs and schemes which have sought to ease the financial burden on our parents and guardians. And I can cite a number of such programs. Government-assisted tuition for almost 90% of students attending the Dominica State College. Free transportation, especially to those students living in the rural and difficult to access communities. Free textbooks, uniform allowance, and other direct assistance to learning institutions to improve the ambience and aesthetics of these facilities. We can speak to a number of other initiatives that the Labour Party government would have also undertaken to address the training and development of young people. The Youth Skills Training Program, where a number of our young people acquire much needed technical skills in a number of areas such as plumbing, electrician, IT, among others. The TVET program being introduced into our secondary school curriculum is just another innovative way of ensuring that not only are we stocking up on young intellects and white-collar careers, but also on trained, technical, hands-on professionals. I now turn my attention to a few other areas where your government has been focusing on the young people of the country. Through the Small Business Support Unit, provision for funds have been made available in every national budget towards the development of the small business sector. And a number of our young people have taken advantage of this facility. We now have dozens, if not hundreds, of young entrepreneurs throughout the length and breadth of Dominica engaged in small business ventures, ranging from small manufacturers and arts and craft to hospitality and culinary facilities to barbershops and beauty parlors. Young people, hundreds of them, now self-employed, and some of them doing so well that they would now have created employment for a few others and are now seeking to expand. Myself, together with the rest of our Labour Party government, salute the success stories of these young people and wish you success in your future endeavors. And we are willing to work with you to either start or expand your chosen field of business. And this is what the Dominica Labour Party is about, empowering the young people. Ladies and gentlemen, young Labour rights, just when you thought that the government had done it all, we didn't stop there. After having trained a number of our young people, both in academic and technical areas, we recognized that training them was one thing, but they now had to put these skills to use and at the same time earn some form of income to assist themselves and their families, which is why we developed the National Employment Program, the NEP, which has now created employment opportunities for hundreds of unemployed youth island-wide. Whether is it for traditional job placements within the public and private sector or the community programs, where our young people, young and old alike, engage in income-earning activities that are improving their lives and their respective communities. So young Labour rights, tell me, if this isn't the government which cares about the young people, if this isn't the government that is working for the youth, which is why I say come December 8th, it's about you. Because we would have heard the comments coming from the other side, young people. Just recently, I heard the candidate for the UWP for La Plaine referred to the National Employment Program as a National Enslavement Program. Can you believe that? An 80-year-old candidate, old enough to have great-grandchildren that could benefit from the program. And you should be happy for the hundreds of young people around the country engaged in income-earning positive activities, whilst at the same time staying away from the streets, where they could be otherwise engaged in anti-social or other illicit activities. And he calls it the National Enslavement Program. No wonder they were the ones who some people went to asking for guns, as they claim, because clearly the young people have not felt any positive energy coming from them. And their leader, Labour rights, young Labour rights, young people, their leader, don't you ever forget, call you the young people here today prostitutes. Prostitutes, my dear young Labour rights. In fact, all Dominicans, let me spell it for you. Prostitutes. Prostitutes, he called you for being able to access the opportunities that this Labour Party government has made available to you. He called you prostitutes for seeking assistance to help with your tuition at the state college. He called you prostitutes for seeking assistance to start a small business venture or to expand an existing one. He also referred to you as prostitutes for applying for government scholarship to further your studies, whether it be here regionally or internationally. He called you prostitutes for seeking gainful employment under the NEP instead of sitting at home or by the roadside. And now they come asking you for your vote to put them in office. But tell them I say, no way. The young people are far more intelligent, which is why come December 8th, 2014, the young electorate is going to make them pay at the polls because the majority of new voters would have experienced the joys of being a young Dominican under a Labour Party administration. And we are going to reject the UWP emphatically in all their candidates, in all their constituencies come December 8th. Because yours truly, I sit back and wish that I had these opportunities back then that you young people have today. Tell them we say, Labour ka travail, and Labour ka travail pour jeune moun aussi. But before I leave here today, I would like to share a little story with you. How many of you like movies? Most of us here are young. Now it's Christmas time, and I'm sure many of you maybe would have seen the movie, How the Grinch Stole Christmas. How many of you have seen that movie? Okay, well, for those of you who haven't, let me just give you a 1-minute summary. So, Mr. Chair, if you could just indulge me 1 minute, please. Thank you. Now, this Grinch was a very mean, ugly, green creature. I didn't call any name. Always grumpy, always vexed, always booey, and very lonely. Does it remind you of anyone? Anyway, it was said that his heart was about 1/4 the size of a normal person. So that is why the Grinch had one big problem. Because he was so unhappy and he was so booey and disgruntled. He didn't want to see anybody else happy and having fun and enjoying life. Remind you of anybody? Now you know Christmas is always a time when people are happy. Family coming together, children with their gifts and toys, adults eating, drinking, having fun. So all you know, the Grinch vexed. And he didn't like that. Now he lived all alone on a hillside, so he planned to steal Christmas that year. But thankfully, like all good movies, all was well at ending well. And though he tried, in the end, Christmas was restored and everybody was happy again, even the Grinch himself. Labour rights, ladies and gentlemen, we heard the leader of the opposition party and his team talking some crap about Dominica having a new government for Christmas. Tell them I say, will and come again. Espoir mal papai, for that Grinch, Lennox Linton, and his team to think they can steal Dominica's happy Christmas under a Labour Party government. Espoir mal papai. I thank you very much.
Labour rights, make some noise! Yes. Thank you very much, Dr. Kenneth Darrow, the man from the Pottersville constituency. Let's hear it for the doc, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Kenneth Darrow. It's so interesting to see a doctor articulating and dialoguing with the people so humbly, whilst people without even high school qualifications are so pompous, The Labour Party is full of humble and quality men and women, and we should give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The quality of the Labour Party. Today is about the youth, and I can say that the Dominica Labour Party continues to produce outstanding young individuals. And in the 21st century, where we are so concerned about male underachievement, our next speaker is a shining, dynamic, and outstanding example of what male leadership and male life should be like here in the Commonwealth of Dominica. As a community man, a man that has given back to his constituency and his village from an early age, This man has risen to fill the footsteps of one of the titans of the Dominica Labour Party, the Honorable Vince Henderson. So ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to bring to you the youthful voice of the Dominica Labour Party, the Honorable Kelvin Darrow.
Everybody show me something red, red, red. Show me something red, red, red. Show me something red, red, red.
Who job bless? Can you feel the power of the Dominica Labour Party? 1 more week to go. 1 more week to go. Let me hear you say this, my dear friends. 1 more week to go. Laborites, I am indeed happy to be here this evening. And I bring you greetings from the St. Joseph constituency. And let me say a big thank you to all of the LYO from St. Joseph City. Where are you? I can see them waving and shouting in the back. Because this afternoon, the St. Joe LYO, we made sure that we empty St. Joe in a very big motorcade. And we ensured that every block in St. Joe, where the young people are, they will be voting for Kelvin Darrow and the Dominica Labour Party. Because tonight, the Workers' Party are in St. Joe. They're in St. Joe tonight. But tell them, on December the 8th, they will be getting a bigger defeat in St. Joe on December the 8th. Young people, tonight is about you. And the Dominica Labour Party, your government is a government for the young people. And our track record when it comes to youth development and youth entrepreneurship is unmatched in this country. And our record as it relates to young people is clear, my dear friends. And I am happy to report this evening that the vast majority of young people in this country are supporting the Dominica Labour Party. And that is why, my dear friends, we cannot afford to lose our focus. We cannot afford to let the opposition determine our course. And this evening, at this gathering of our young people, we have to send a strong message out there that the Dominica Labour Party is serious. And on December the 8th, the young people, the elderly, our senior citizens, everybody who can vote will be voting for Roosevelt Scarrett and the Dominica Labour Party. And tonight, my dear friends, you heard my cousin and my comrade, Dr. Darrow. Let us just pause for the arrival of our leader.
Ladies and gentlemen, LYO, make some noise for the Honorable Prime Minister! Welcome, your Prime Minister, Roosevelt Scarrett. 5 more years! 5 more years! Let me hear you say Labour! Let me hear you say Labour! Labour! You're gonna vote your Prime Minister. Let me hear you say scary. Let me hear you say scary. 5 more years. 5 more years. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
5 more years.
Labour! And let me welcome the Prime Minister in a very big way. My dear friends, your Labour Party government has responded to you, the young people, in the area of sports development. And you have seen for yourselves the transformation that has taken place since this Dominica Labour Party, under the leadership of Roosevelt Skerritt, brought to you the Windsor Park Sports Stadium. Ladies and gentlemen, never before in our history, and this is important because sometimes we tend to forget, never before in our history did we witness international cricket taking place right here in Dominica. And it is because of this Labour Party government, under the leadership of Roosevelt Skerritt, that we can now sit in the stadium and watch international cricket. We promised it to you, and we delivered it to you, my dear friends and young people. And today, because of the Windsor Park Sports Stadium, a number of our young people are able to display their skills, and they can attain international and regional accreditation as it relates to sports. This Labour Party administration, my dear friends, remains committed to ensuring that playing fields and hard courts across this country are fully developed. And in several communities and constituencies, we have witnessed the lighting of playing fields. We have witnessed the work that has been undertaken on several playing grounds across this country. And this is the work of a Dominica Labour Party government. Because we understand, my dear friends, that you, the young people of Dominica, you, the youth of this country, you need to exert your energies in a positive way. And that is why we have invested millions of dollars in ensuring that we rehabilitate and we renovate every sporting facility here in this country. And in our new term, we will continue to bring across development in the area of sports for young people. And for those of you who have not gotten a copy of the manifesto, if you go to page 46, of our manifesto, you will see that it is coming. The indoor sporting facility, it is coming. Labour. And the reason, my dear friends, the reason why this indoor sporting complex is coming is because your government, your Labour Party has listened to you, the young people. Because you understand that those of you who play basketball, those of you who play netball, those of you who play volleyball, those of you who play tennis, whenever you have your sporting leagues and it rains, the matches have to be cancelled. But this will soon be a thing of the past. Because your Labour Party government will deliver the indoor sporting facility. And this ain't no joke. This ain't no joke. Because just as how we promised you the stadium and we delivered to you the stadium, we will be delivering to you the indoor sporting facility, my dear friends. Labour ka travail. But tonight, my dear friends, is about you, the young people. And I know that standing before me this evening, a lot of you, the young people, you have already made up your minds to vote for the Dominica Labour Party. But there are still a few. There are still a few young people who are still standing on the wall, who have not made up their minds. But tonight is decision night. Tonight, those of you young people who are still undecided, you have to make a decision tonight. And the decision that you have to make is to vote for the Dominica Labour Party on December the 8th. Because the Dominica Labour Party is the most organized party. The Dominica Labour Party has the leadership in Roosevelt's carrot. The Dominica Labour Party will take you to higher levels, my dear friends. And this is the landmark. This is the landmark that we are setting here in this country. And so, you the undecided voter, when you go back to your homes this evening, and you think of what has transpired here, and you have listened to all of the speakers, the only choice that you will be left with is the Dominica Labour Party. And so, my dear young people, Labour rights all, your Labour Party government loves you. We care about you. And we want to ensure that your needs are met. And that is why all of the candidates of the Dominica Labour Party have sacrificed for you in one way or the other. And we will continue to sacrifice on your behalf. Because we understand that you, the youth of this country, your future has to be bright. Those of you, young people, who have not gotten an opportunity under Labour, you will get that opportunity. Because Labour believes in you, the youth. Labour believes in you, the youth. And that is why we have several programs geared at you, the young people. So, young people, tonight is your night. Tonight is your night, young people. Labour loves you. And we know that you love us too. God bless you, my dear friends. Labour, 5 more years. Labour power. Labour. 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 God bless you, my dear friends.
5 more years. 5 more years. It's 5 more years.
Let me hear you say 5 more years. 5 more years. 5 more years.
5 more years. 5 more years.
All right. The Red Army, good evening to you, wherever you are. Good to know that you're here with us. At this time, we call on a man. You've been hearing him on the Next Level program. He is from Roseau North. Let's welcome Senior Councillor Tony Estefan.
Dominica in red. Happy you have been and blue. Nobody wrongs you.
Thank you. It's a very, very nice thing to see all of you young people here today. Because this is your land, this is your government, and the future belongs to you. It is this Prime Minister, this government, and the only Prime Minister and the only government that has focused its attention, their attention, on developing the young people of this country. It is this political leader, this Prime Minister, this political leader, this Prime Minister that has made it a fact of life that we have 100% universal access to primary school education. Education is the beginning of your life as a human being in this world to make a contribution to your society. It is this government and this Prime Minister that increased the scholarships available to the working classes from 4 in 1999 to hundreds in 2014. It is this Prime Minister and this government that has ensured that 87% of you who graduate from high school have access to state college. In 1999, the number was 7%. It is this Prime Minister and this government that has made sure the Public Assistance Program and the National Employment Program works for you. You are educated today and you are working today because of this government. In 1999, the majority of the young people had no tertiary education and no jobs. This government has created for you an environment that has never existed in the history of our country. It is now your country. It is your right to make sure that this country continues on the right path. And it is your job to make sure that the next 5 years are there for you to continue to flourish into making a significant contribution to your life, to your families, to your country, and to your nation. You must embrace the opportunity on the 8th of December fearlessly. Because when you leave here, and when you wake up in the morning tomorrow, and every day of your life until the 9th of December, 2014, remember it was Lennox Linton who referred to each and every one of you as prostitutes. Now, I have taken strong offense to the use of the words prostitute, because the people seeking public assistance are not from the rich classes. They're not named Astafan, they don't name Nassif, they don't name Ed, they don't name Shillingford, at least somebody Shillingford. The people seeking public assistance are from the working classes, are from people who need help, people who may not be able to go to the bank to borrow money, people who could not educate you without the help of the government. And Linton has referred to a class of us, a class of you as young people in this world, seeking to get yourself out of poverty, get yourself out of illiteracy into education, to get yourself a profession that one day you can work here, work there, work in the region like other Dominicans with qualifications can do. A man who refers to young people as prostitutes who are trying to get better work for themselves does not deserve to be Prime Minister of this country. And you, comrades, you have the opportunity on the 8th of December to tell him the young people of this country are not prostitutes, but we are educated people, we are working people, we are patriotic people, and we teach him a lesson on the 8th of December. And when you vote, you come out and you say, Lennox, take that. Take that. I'm going to say something in a short while about Danny Luge. Because I'm in Roseau North, I support Julius Timothy. I want you to support Julius Timothy, and I'm going to vote for him. Julius Timothy is a good man. He's a successful businessman and a successful politician who deserves the opportunity to continue with his work in this constituency and in the government, with the new hospital, with the new sports clinic, and the other things that he has in mind. But I'll come back to them in a minute. When the Prime Minister says to you that this election is the most important one in our time, he's right. And I want to spend a little time with you to tell you where we have come from, because many of you are first voters voting for the first time and would not have been around to understand what happened between 1995 and 2000. The United Workers' Party imposed user fees on your parents and grandparents and children, that you could not go to the Princess Margaret Hospital for treatment, and if you couldn't pay, you died. And if you couldn't pay, you died. And if you didn't have a rich father or a rich mother and you couldn't travel overseas, you died. Nobody dies again. Nobody dies again because you can't afford to go to hospital or because you don't have money to travel overseas. Civil servants were never paid on time. Simeon Albert says, in the first time in history, a month had 42 days. Now they want to be the best friends of the public servants when they refuse to pay them. Call them shirkers and jokers. Call your mother and your father shirkers and jokers. And today referring to the police officers as rogues. Debt made debt. They defaulted on every loan. Edison James killed bananas. He murdered bananas. He drove farmers off their fields with his arrogance, his ignorance, and his incompetence. In 2000, DBMC was bankrupt, DBGA was dead, and banana farmers had abandoned their fields in the thousands. They want to blame us for that when they killed it. The country was on verge of collapse, and it in fact collapsed. And it was the Dominica Labour Party that has brought us from the darkest ages to now where we can walk through the Caribbean as proud people. In 1999, when I walked through the streets of the Caribbean, they used to laugh at me, ask me, well, how much road you have, how much house you have, how much this you have. Not me, you, us. They laughed. Today they say, what? How did Scarrow do that? Where the roads come from? Where the schools come from? Where the bridges come from? Where the sea defense walls come from? Where the airport comes from? Man, let me tell you something. I am so proud to be a Labourite and a Dominican. Labour! Let me hear you. I no longer feel ashamed. I can walk proud and say I'm Dominican. And if these fellas ever win, I will hang my head in shame forever. We have come from a time when we had the highest rates of poverty and unemployment. Anytime you meet the Prime Minister or any of the ministers of government one-on-one, ask them. The Caribbean Development Bank said in 1997, we had, in 1999, the highest rates of poverty and unemployment in the history of our times. Today, the same Caribbean Development Bank are saying we now have the lowest rates of poverty and the lowest rates of unemployment in the Caribbean. And with the National Employment Program, that unemployment rate of 10% has probably been cut in half, because under the National Employment Program, 1,400 young men and women are being employed. Today, the region tells us we have the most stable economy in the world, in the OECS. We have had the highest average rate of economic growth in the OECS over the last 10 years. The gross domestic product, the collective wealth, the national wealth of this country has gone from $350 million in 2000 to well over $600 million in 2014. It means the wealth of this country and the wealth of you and the wealth of the government and the nation has almost doubled. In 1999, Dominica was ranked the most poor country in CARICOM. Today, 2014, the World Bank says we're the 8th wealthiest country in CARICOM. The ITU, International Telecommunications Union, told us last year that Dominica had the 3rd highest rate of phone subscriptions and use in the Caribbean. You don't use a phone, buy a phone, talk on the phone, text on the phone, BBM on the phone for free. It means you need money to do it. And I can go on and on about what we have achieved, but I want to tell you that this election is not a game of dominoes. It's not a game of give me a chance, because I've been in the opposition, in the wilderness for years. This is not about give me a chance. This is not about change is a must. This is about leadership. And as my t-shirt says, leadership is everything. And the future of our country. We need a prime minister, a man as prime minister, young people, who says what he means and means what he says. One day Linton tells us no social programs because we are a nation of beggars, mendicants, prostitutes. The next day he says he will create a social welfare state. And then last week he says all the social programs he vilified us for and vilified you for, he will now keep. We do not want a man as prime minister who will call you prostitutes, your parents and grandparents greedy, your uncle mendicants, your brothers and sisters beggars and parasites. We do not need a man as prime minister who, after condemning us as beggars for 10 years, now says the programs put in place by Roosevelt's carrot will stay. Comrades, if it took him 10 years of cussing you and cussing your parents and cussing your grandparents to realize that these programs have use and are beneficial and are in your interest and the country's interest, how can we trust him in government for a day? Because it will take him another 10 years to find out what's good for the country. By this time, the country is dead again. So I am voting a man for prime minister when I vote on December the 8th, who led our recovery and placed our country on the platform of greatness. I am voting for a man as prime minister who engineered, executed and funded the programs of our nation and development of our nation. I am voting a man for prime minister who can call the president of the United States, the premier of the People's Republic of China, the king of Morocco, the president of Venezuela, the president of Mexico, the prime minister of the United Kingdom, the prime ministers of CARICOM, the president of the European Union, the president of the CDB and the governor general. I don't want a man, the only place he can call is Q95. We need a man that can call leaders of state to bring goods here for us. No more Q95. And he can't call the Polisario because the Polisario don't have telephone. They're on camels.
5 more years. 5 more years.
I am voting for a man I know as prime minister who cares and saw the need, the urgent need because of his family upbringing, his religious beliefs, for the need to educate you and us and my children, my child, who saw the need for the state college, housing, roads, water, yes we care, removal of pit latrines, new hospital, hotels, education. A man that will travel, use our money for us. I don't want a man who will use my money to go to Las Vegas to watch boxing, tennis in New York, or whatever it is he does in New Jersey. Scarrett don't go Vegas to fight or New York for tennis. When he goes with a serious look on his face and comes back with things for the country. When you go Las Vegas, you come back with an empty wallet of your money and those who gave him money. I don't want a man as prime minister who will try to smuggle crabbats to go to Antigua to beg money. And when he catch him, he said it wasn't me, it was Shirley. We don't need a man like that as prime minister. We need a man as prime minister who will take responsibilities for his actions. Don't run and blame your wife. Danny Luge is of the same blue cloth. Danny Luge speaks the same language as Lennox Linton. The only difference between Danny Luge and Lennox Linton is that when Linton got into a fight at school, he used a bottle, he said, to bust a man's head. Danny Luge picked up a cutlass to fight a man in Lindo Park. And I think a man that prepares to pick up a cutlass to fight is a dangerous man. A very, very dangerous man. We don't need him here in Roseau North. We don't want him here in Roseau North. So I am going to vote again for Julius Timothy. I am going to vote again for the shoe. I am going to vote again for the Dominica Labour Party. And I, Anthony Astefan SC, going to vote for Roosevelt Skerritt as Prime Minister for the next 5 years. Thank you.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Senior Counsel Tony Astefan. Power in the Dominica Labour Party. LYO Massive, make some noise! Yes. Today is the day for the youth. Today is the day for the youth of the Dominica Labour Party. And youth from the north, south, east and west of this country are here with us. Coming from the Roseau South constituency today, I must say, we were joined by hundreds of youth from Grand Bay throughout the Roseau South constituency, making a massive motorcade. So I will say special big up to the youth from Grand Bay. Let's hear it for the Grand Bay LYO. 5 more years. Yes. We're doing it in a major way. Today, when the second half of the LYO made its way to the Kenfield Cliff, I understand they were backed up as far as St. Joseph. And we're coming all the way from Portsmouth, especially in a big way from Wesley. Let me hear it from Wesley. Wesley constituency. Red. Show me something red. Of course, if you think this Sunday was massive, if you think this Sunday's motorcade was massive, what about next week when we go to La Plaine? Let me head for La Plaine. And when they call it there, you're not ready, so show me red. Show me yes. Next week Sunday, Peter Pepper Seja is going to destroy every last ounce of hope that they had to win the La Plaine constituency. But ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, we are in the home turf of a political titan. A man that needs no further introduction other than to say this is a man marked with success. He has succeeded at almost everything he has attempted in his life. And I am confident that with your support on December 8th, Honorable Julius Timothy will succeed at the polls for the Dominica Labour Party. Welcome, Julius Timothy.
Five more years, Labour rights. Good night, the youth of the Labour Party. It is so good to see so many young people. So many of them are following the Labour Party. Labour rights. Just early this week, that is on Wednesday, the UWP came here to launch a manifesto, they said. They prepared a manifesto looking at Labour Party's manifesto, and they just put everything in it. They just put everything in it. In their manifesto, they have no figures at all. no financial data. They just put all kinds of things so that people will believe them. But I took my time and I went through that manifesto, and it said nothing. For instance, they told the hotels that they are going to reduce VAT from 15% to 7.5%. But the Labour Party government has already done that. We have already reduced the VAT to 7.5%. So what are they going to do? They talk about energy. They talk about geothermal energy. But in the same breath, they are saying they are going to establish small hydro plants all around Dominica. They are going to use wind and solar energy all around Dominica in the same breath, while they are going to build the geothermal plants. They just do not know what they're talking about. They said they are going to remove government fees on land transfers. The important thing is they did not tell us what they are going to replace that with. They are not telling us what they are going to replace it with, because the alternative to that would be property taxes. And I can tell you, I remember the World Bank had advised while I was Minister for Finance that we should put property taxes. But when we saw how the property taxes were going to hit Dominicans in their pockets, we said, no. But you must understand, Thomson Fountain came from the World Bank. He came from the World Bank. So one of the things they would want to do is to introduce property taxes on Dominicans. In their manifesto, they told us they're going to build an international airport. But in the same breath, they are telling us they are going to have a Dominican airline. A Dominican airline to operate between the existing 13 international airports from San Juan to Caracas. But in the same breath, they're telling us they're going to have a Dominican airline. That doesn't make sense at all. I mean, we are seeing the cost of airlines all over the Caribbean. Liat is a classic. Caribbean Airline in Trinidad is a classic. All of them are piling huge debts on their government. And they are also telling us they are going to provide high-speed ferry service from Dominica to all the Caribbean islands. What are they talking about? What are they talking about? The ferry services in the Caribbean are all being done by private sector companies. they're all being done by private sector companies. But they are going to do that. They are also telling us they are going to establish a venture capital fund at the Aid Bank. But we all know when UWP set up a venture capital fund at the Aid Bank, what happened to it? We all know that. And you know, they came right here in Roseau North in Pottersville, and their manifesto says nothing about Roseau North. A manifesto they are launching right here in Roseau North, and they are telling us nothing about Roseau North. And Roseau North, we are the biggest constituency in Dominica. We have the most people, but they're telling us nothing about Roseau North. For instance, they told us that they are going to develop a new modern national hospital. The Labour Party is going to build a brand new hospital in Roseau North, state of the art. But what they told us is a new modern national hospital. They did not tell us where. They did not tell us where. They also told us that they are modernizing Pottersville Hospital and Marigot Hospital. And at the same time, they are going to give Kalinago's territory its own hospital. After all, how can you come so blatantly and lie to the Carib people? How can you do that? How can you tell the Kalinago people, right there, you are going to modernize the Marigot Hospital, right next door to them. On the other side, there is a type-free center at Cassie Bruce. And you are telling the people you are going to give them their own hospital. How can you come here and lie to the people? Because that hospital would make no economic sense. No sense at all. You know, in their manifesto, they told us they are going to downsize the cabinet from 16 people to 10. 10. But I want you all to remember, Lennox Linton already said on the radio that there are going to be 6 ministers. 6 ministers. But now he's telling us in his manifesto it is going to be 10. But you know, the other thing they tell us in their manifesto that we in the Labour Party, we have an economic citizenship program. But they are not telling us whether they are going to remove it. They are not telling us what they are going to do with the economic citizenship program. So, youth of Labour, you cannot trust these people. You know, the Labour Party is ensuring that you all get a proper education. The Labour Party is ensuring that our youth get proper education. That is why the State College is able to accommodate 1,500 people. That is why the Labour Party, we are sending so many people to universities in Cuba, Morocco, Venezuela, Turkey, China, Russia, all over America, all in universities all over America. Right now, we have universal access in Dominica to preschool, Labour Party. We have universal education in all secondary schools. That is what the Labour Party is doing. And labor rights. While we are doing all that, the UWP is bringing a man to represent Dominica without one GC or one CXC. Dominica would be the laughing stock of the entire Caribbean. That is a fact, you know. Not because the man speaks well on the radio. The truth is, Dominica would be the laughing stock of the entire Caribbean. And Dominica, at the moment, they all look up to Dominica. They all look up to Dominica. Because Dominica, we have the head of PAHO in Washington is a Dominican. The head of the CARICOM Secretariat in Guyana is a Dominican. Right now, Dominica is even putting up a candidate for the Commonwealth Secretariat. The other Caribbean islands are saying, how are you all doing it in Dominica? That's what they are asking. How are you all doing it in Dominica? And the truth, fellow laborites, the man who is doing it for us is Prime Minister Roosevelt Skerrit. That is the truth. Because, you know, Dr. Etienne is a good doctor. She is qualified. But a lot of the other people are also qualified. A lot of the other candidates are also qualified. Mr. Larrock is a good man, is qualified, but a lot of the other candidates are also qualified. And it is all because of Prime Minister Roosevelt Skerrit, and he was able to use his diplomacy. He was able to use his diplomacy to get the other Caribbean leaders to support Dominica. That is the harsh reality. So, laborites, we are on to a good thing. We have a good thing in Dominica. We cannot let ourselves down. We cannot let ourselves down. We must ensure a bright future for our children and our children's children. I agree. So, laborites, on December the 8th is election day. It's election day. I said before, it is going to be 21. 21. When I said so on the radio, Q95 had me for 2 weeks. 2 weeks they were giving me blows because I said 21. But Labour rights, I can assure you, when we do the maths, we know we are there. We know we are there. So come December the 8th, it is going to be 21. 21. Thank you, Labour rights. Thank you and good night. Thank you.
5 more years. 5 more years. It's 5 more years. 5 more years.
Let's hear it for the man who will be taking the Roseau North seat back to Parliament, Honorable Julius Timothy. All right, Jaiziah, on Saturday, December 6th, where are you going to be?
Well, Saturday, Kim, I'm going to be sitting square in the Shillingford Stadium. Stand, that is, of the Windsor Park Sports Stadium, as I listen to
Morgan Heritage!
5 more years.
Let's hear it, let's hear it. This is the most dynamic campaign that the Caribbean have ever seen in its history.
5 more years.
And let them know come December 8th, after the youth have voted, we're going to lock that gate.
Lock the gate. Let me hear you say lock the gate. Lock the gate.
All right, at this time, it's our pleasure to bring on a man who at the age of 31, his youthful age, brought Dominica, ushered Dominica to prosperity. Let's bring on the visionary, transformational, the Honorable Roosevelt Scarry.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let me greet all of you here tonight and to thank the Labour Youth Organization for letting the country know that the young people are solidly with the Dominica Labour Party. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the only party in the country who has a plan for the young people of Dominica. This is the party that has demonstrated much love and care for the young people of our country. Ladies and gentlemen, let us reflect on where we were in 2000 when the Labour Party took office. When we came into office, only 44% of all primary school graduates had access to secondary school. And your party, the Labour Party, embarked on a mission to ensure that every single person who gets to grade 6 in Dominica would have a space at a secondary school. And we achieved universal access to secondary education in 2005, just 5 years after Labour became the government. Ladies and gentlemen, when we came into office, only about 7% of all high school graduates had access to the college, now called the Dominica State College.
It meant, therefore, 93% of us who graduated from high school never saw a tertiary institution. Ladies and gentlemen, because of the investments that Labour has made in this country, the investments in the tertiary level institution, we have laid the platform for 100% of all high school graduates to have access to the State College today. So far, over 87% of all high school graduates have access to the college. You recall when we went to China and negotiated for the construction of the State College, the Workers' Party criticized us by saying that we were wasting money in building such a huge building. But we understand and appreciate the need for us to invest in the young people of Dominica. With the construction of the $33 million State College, we also put in place universal access to the internet. Our students at the college can stand or sit anywhere on campus and access the internet. Nowhere in the OECS you can find universal access to the internet on any campus in Dominica. And I am saying, come 2015, we shall start with all secondary schools having universal access to the internet. Every single classroom, every single secondary school in Dominica will have access to universal access to the internet. Ladies and gentlemen, a number of things have been done for young people in Dominica. I went to university under trying and difficult circumstances. I never got any funding from government when I went to university. But I became the Prime Minister and the Minister for Education. And I embarked on a mission to ensure that the struggles I went through to earn my degree, that our succeeding generations will not have to go through that difficult challenge. Because I believe when the good Lord places you in a position of authority, it is not to bring people down, it is to bring them up, it is to raise them up. And that is what the Labour Party has done for you, the young people of Dominica. Many of you who are now studying, many of you who have concluded your studies, had it not been for Labour, you would not be able to do that. Because governments before did not place sufficient emphasis on these things. Education was for the selected few in Dominica. And there are people who do not vote for me today because they feel that I am investing too much in you, the working class people of Dominica. But my commitment is to do the best I can with the resources the good Lord gives me to help you, Dominica. I ask you, young people, that yes, you can have a government, the term government, but at the end of the day, you also have to look at who will form that government, who will lead that government, who will make up that government. You know me, and I know you. And there is no prime minister in the Caribbean, like I just say, who his people have more access to than Roosevelt's Caribbean. And I challenge the Workers' Party. How many of them have Lennox Linton's cell phone number that they can text him and speak to him about their challenges, their aspirations, their dreams, and receive a response from them? But you know me, you have access to me, and you can always speak to me about your challenges, your frustrations, and I will always give you a listening ear. I may not be in a position to address all your issues at once, but at least I listen to you, because I know that there's still too many families in Dominica struggling. And that is why in the next term I have said that the term will be in large measure for the working class people, for the single mothers of Dominica who have to go through a very difficult time to take care of the children. Ladies and gentlemen, all the policies that we have implemented in Dominica, the social programs, came about because of my interaction with you, the people of Dominica. When I drive across Dominica and I used to see so many of our children late in the afternoon on the side of the road, no transport to take them home from school, I said the government must do something about that. And that is why we introduced this transportation program. And never in the parliament, never did the Workers' Party parliamentarians ever supported that school bus program. They continue to criticize it. But you the parents and you the school children know of how important that program is for your education. Thousands of you have benefited from this and continue to benefit. When we introduce the free health care for those 18 and old and younger, and those 60 and over, it is because when I went to the hospital, or I would visit your homes and communities, and see so many of you sick at your homes, and you tell me you're afraid to go to the hospital because you're owing them some money. And I'm saying to myself, but this should not be. Our people must have unfettered access to health care whenever they need it. And if not having money is a problem, then let us fix that problem. And that is why you, the ladies, can go and have your babies at the hospital. And when you leave, you tell the doctors and nurses, thank you for the service, because there will be no hospital bill for you, the mothers. Because it is not because I may have access to healthcare overseas that you should have access to it. Because you are Dominicans too. What I have access to, you should have access to as the people of Dominica. It cannot be for selected few. It is not because I may be able to buy my son's school books. I shouldn't bother about you who cannot afford school books. Why should my son have school books and your children do not have? The government has a responsibility to care for our children. And that's my commitment to you. This for me, my friends, for me this is not about, for me it is about service. And I am very passionate about my responsibilities as a Prime Minister. And it is for me to help elevate the people of Dominica. And I want to say to you, the young people, that if anybody in this country who is vying for leadership in this country has your back, it is Roosevelt Skerry. I have your back, and I shall continue to have your back. And when the Prime Minister has your back, then the whole government has your back, ladies and gentlemen. But I shall never sit back. I shall never sit back and see people struggling and not help them. That is why we have built homes for the people of Dominica. People have criticized me for giving families homes at no cost to them. But my question is, why should I sell you a home when I know you cannot afford it? Why should I? If I know you cannot afford a house for $1,000, why sell it to you when I know you cannot afford it? But many of you here in Dominica have a home because of the generosity of the Dominica Labour Party. Why should we have our senior citizens having to walk almost half a mile from your home to go to a pit latrine? I am saying to you, as I have said in the manifesto, that come 2020, there will be no pit latrines in Dominica again. I see my people here from Silver Lake. No government has shown that kind of love and affection for the people of Silver Lake. I see my Carnival people here tonight. No government has shown that love and compassion for the Carnival people. So my commitment to you, my friends, and you know, I have never discriminated against anyone who has come to my office. I know people who are UWP supporters, who do not like scaring, but they come to my office. I do not ask them anything about politics. They need help, I can help. I have helped them, ladies and gentlemen. But tell me, how many of you believe that you could have access to a Prime Minister's office if Lennox Clinton is the Prime Minister of Dominica? The man is not greeting you on government road, is in government office and greet you. And that's what you have to understand. So when you see there are UWPites who have converted to Labour, it is because what they hear on Q&A Federal Rules and Scared, and when they meet me and talk to me in my office, is a completely different thing. Because I have no axe to grind with anybody. I have no axe to grind with anybody. I came into political life at age 26, 27, when I contested the seat in Vegas. And the good Lord placed me as Prime Minister at age 31. And I believe that was done for a reason. And the reason is, in my mind, is to help the working class people, to help the struggling people live and enjoy a better way of life. There were thousands of families who after Hurricane David had no place to live, nowhere to rest their head, families on the streets. Those who could travel out of Dominica traveled, but those of us who had nowhere to go stayed in Dominica. And many families here tonight and those listening squatted on government land. When Hurricane David came, I was 72, 78, 79, right? I was about 7 years old. And for over 40 years, my dear brothers and sisters, so many thousands of families squatted on government land, and no government saw it necessary to regularize these people, to let them have a sense of pride, a sense of ownership, a sense of belonging. And I came up with a program as Prime Minister to regularize the squatters across Dominica. And it was my original intention to give the people the land free of charge. But there were some who said, no, Scarrett, let us sell it for something. And we came about and sold it for $1. And today there are thousands of families who have a certificate title because of the Labour Party. Because I do not want politicians, whether it is Labour politicians or any other politician, to go and tell people, I can take you the land because it's government land. Today, no politician, including the Prime Minister, can tell you to care for your land because you have your title. That's what it is about, empowering you, the people of this country. And I said to you, my dear brothers and sisters, that I am determined to work even harder in the next term to continue transforming this country. We have done a lot for this country, but there's still a lot more to be done. But the good Lord will continue to bless us with good friends, to provide us with the resources we need to help build this country and improve your lives. I know that there are some who may have waited for some help from the government and did not get it. But I give you the assurance in this next term, we will correct this unfulfilled promise to you. But election on December 8th must be taken very seriously. I do not want you to get distracted by December 8th. It is very important. And I am urging all of us to go out there and vote on December 8th. Put your X next to the shoe. I am saying to the Workers' Party supporters, tonight, that you have some time. You have some time to make the right decision. You may love your party, but you cannot love your party more than you love yourself, your children, and Dominica. Because you know in your hearts that Lennox Clinton is bad news for Dominica. You know in your hearts that Labour Party is the best thing for Dominica today and tomorrow. And when I hear, when a leader, when a man who wants to be prime minister, or even a parliament for that matter, disrespects women going out there in the international community and disrespecting women by calling them prostitutes, I cannot understand how any woman in this country would make that concerted decision to go and put an X by the saw on December 8th. I cannot understand this, ladies and gentlemen. And when I listen to former Senator Blanchard speak tonight, I can say to you, Senator, had you been on the Labour side, Labour would have never treated you that way. Labour respects its people. And as a leader of the party, it is always my desire to help elevate and improve and uplift my colleagues in Parliament and in Cabinet. You see, there's a very simple saying, my friends, that to want to lead a people, you must first love them. You must first love a people to want to lead them. And there is no love or affection in the hearts of Lennox Clinton. No love at all. Every time he speaks, is to decry people, is to curse them down, is to bring them down. That's what it is. And on the flip side of it, we in the Labour Party, we respect you, and all our efforts is to help improve you. I want to say to the public officers, including the police, the nurses, and so forth, that the good and prudent management of the state finances is critical to people's success. And people will come and make all sorts of promises to you. But at the end of the day, you have to think wisely. There's talk that people's salaries will be reduced by Labour Party. I can say here tonight, as the next Minister of Finance and the next Prime Minister of Dominica, that no public officer's salary shall be reduced, ladies and gentlemen. What we have done over the years is to increase people's salaries, causing them to have more disposable income by reducing the tax rates and increasing the threshold. Today it is $25,000. And it is because of Labour. Most public officers do not pay income tax in Dominica because Labour Party increased the tax threshold to $25,000. So anybody in Dominica making about $2,000 a month do not pay any taxes in Dominica. It is because of Labour. There are many people, when we came into office, were making less than $1,000 a month as full-time employees. And the Labour Party took a decision that nobody who is working full-time should make less than $1,000 a month. And we increased the salaries of many persons cleaning the streets and the gardens and the national parks, increase the salaries. When we came into office, there were many public officers who could not go to the banks to build their homes. We went to Venezuela and got monies and put at the aid bank and the government housing loan board and had interest rates as low as 4%. And today, many public officers have a home today because of the Dominica Labour Party. And as Minister of Finance, I have control over the resources. I could have said who should get loans and who should not get loans, but we never discriminated. We didn't say, oh, the Labour Party people get loans. Everybody, people who applied, got qualified, got a loan and built their homes. I know of Workers' Party supporters who have homes because of Labour today. Because my view about this country and a government is that you are a government for everybody. Not for one set, it is for everybody. And I can tell Tony Astafan, who spoke earlier, that it is not only the working class I have helped every strata of society as Prime Minister of Dominica. Because sometimes you think somebody has money, but the person may have some serious domestic challenges. And they believe the only person they can come to talk to is Roosevelt Skerry as a Prime Minister. And we've helped them. But I don't go talking about this publicly because it's private business. But just to say that the Labour Party does not discriminate against anybody. The party has embraced all of you, ladies and gentlemen, and we shall continue to do that. We have a very important week ahead. Next week, this week coming, is important for you in Dominica. I want you to go out, continue going out, to do the house to house, and ensure we show people how to put the X next to the shoe. I need every single vote on December 8th. Every single vote is important, ladies and gentlemen. I want all of you to go out on December 8th and put your X next to the shoe to ensure continued progress and development for Dominica. Because that vote, my friends, will decide whether Dominica goes forward or Dominica goes backward. Because we are at risk. We are at risk of losing all of the gains we have made. We are getting a $200 million hospital from China. But the Workers' Party and Lennox Clinton are yet to say, ladies and gentlemen, whether they support the one China policy or not. I can tell you tonight that come next week, we will start roasting coffee at a new coffee plant in 1 mile Portsmouth. We have received several thousands of tons of coffee beans to start roasting and packaging to sell to Alba nations, including Venezuela. So we are on track to achieving this dream of a more prosperous and just Dominica. And I believe one of the things that Labour must work on very carefully next term is to ensure that the resources, especially at the constituency level, are shared more equitably. We must ensure that those who are in need must get first and go down the line. And I will put systems in place to ensure that those of you who should be on top of the list are placed on top of the list and that you are not left behind. That is a commitment we give to you, my brothers and sisters. As you recognize, I'm trying to manage my voice. I want to thank you very much. I want to thank you very much. I want to thank you for your show of support. And let us move on to victory on December 8th. Victory on December 8th. And let the world know Let the world know that we are serious about this country and we know where we want to go. And the best party for Dominica is the Dominica Labour Party. So 5 more years for Labour, 5 more years for progress and development, 5 more years of strong, decisive leadership from the Dominica Labour Party. I love you very much. May God bless you. May God bless your families. May God bless the Dominica Labour Party. May God bless our beautiful country, Dominica. Let us go home in peace. Let us go home in peace, ladies and gentlemen. Let us not engage ourselves in any confrontation because I want all of you to be healthy and fit and ready to stand in the line at the polling stations and wait patiently to put your X next to the shoe. I do not want you, and let me warn you, I do not want you to go to bed on December 7th with the notion that Labour has won already, so I don't need to go and vote. Ladies and gentlemen, I want every single vote on December 8th. Because I want us to send a message. I want us to send a message to the Workers' Party that the politics of division, the politics of hate, the politics of hatred has no place in Dominica. We are a people of peace, love, and happiness. We are a smiling people. We are a hospitable people. And the world must continue to look at us as such. And so we're sending a very clear message to Lennox Linton that there is no way that he can ever become the Prime Minister of Dominica. So I really want you to go out on December 8th and vote and put your X next to the shoe. Thank you very much. May God bless you. May God bless you. Love you. Love you all. God bless you. God bless Dominica. Thank you.